2, 1, 2, check, and let's go here. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2, and I can turn this one more. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. 1, 2, that's better. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check 1, 2. Those look like normal recording levels. Okay, good. Save. Go back here. One 16. Yeah. Sure.
You know how the meeting video link was live for this morning? Is that going to be a new one getting posted? It'll be the same.
Same.
So when it resumes, I'll see that same link. Cool. That's what I thought.
Yeah, this is the same link for. It's now. Okay, hold on. One, two, 1, 2.
All right, so it's 1:33. We're gonna come back here from the lunch break and move on to our next presentation. And so our next presentation is Child Support Services. Our director, Tammy Widener, will be giving this presentation. Hey, Tammy.
I'm gonna get this straight this time. Good afternoon. Tammy Widener, Child Support Services. I'm going to first talk about our 2024 accomplishments in the department. We were acknowledged by the State Director of Child Support Services in July of 24 for increasing the number of families and children we serve and decreasing the average number of days from when we open a case to with an existing order to first payment to families. We implemented new legislation to provide relief to incarcerated parents and changes to the statewide child support guideline calculator. California is successfully passing through child support payments to former recipients of California Work Opportunity and Responsibility for Kids, CalWORKS program, staff development and succession planning and training. Our 2025 points, I'm having a hard emphasis, thank you. Increased number of open cases and collections on current support. Transition to the State Department of Child Support Services so that they're managing our connection to the state child support system and replace all workstations with new technology and software programs. They're at my office as we speak right now today. They got there today. Continue to work on staff development and succession planning and training by utilizing multiple free online training platforms and training materials provided by the State Department of Child Support Services. Continue to implement other social media accounts and links to promote our services to the community. Our 2024 data points and matrix, at the end of the federal fiscal year, we had 2,645 cases. The number of unduplicated participants was 8,468. Total number of children requiring the establishment of parentage was 122. Total number of children being actively served was 2,678. We dispersed child support payments in the amount of $4,863,634, and we were able to attend 9 outreach events. Our 2025 data points and matrix is pretty much the same as 2024, but it's to obviously increase the number of cases we have in the department to get orders and disbursements to the children in the state. Total number of children requiring establishment of parentage, we thrive on keeping that at 100%. That would be really great if we could do that. Total number of children being actively served, aided and non-aided. Total child support payments dispersed, current support and arrears, and total number of public outreach events. And then any questions from the board?
All right. We have one. Supervisor Sabato.
He does.
I'll be brief. I was
Okay.
requested to be brief. On those that are in arrears that payments aren't being made, do you have a knowledge of how many children are being impacted by that?
I do not, but I can get that for you.
If that's a new metric that could be possible for the next
Sure,
year?
absolutely.
That would be really good to know what the impacts are. Thank you.
All right. We'll open it up to the public if there's anyone that would like to come up and make a comment about this presentation, or anyone in Zoom. All right, we'll bring it back to the board, close public input, and thank you,
Thank you.
Director Widener, for your
Thank you
presentation.
very much.
Next, we will move on to Community Development Director. Oh, there it goes. There we go. There we go. Community Development Director Maria Turner.
Good afternoon. I've been eagerly anticipating my 7 minutes all morning. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. The vision of the Community Development Department is to provide superior public service through 3 priorities. That is staff recruitment and retention, staff professional development, and fiscal sustainability for both the planning and the code enforcement divisions. As I go through a few of our the accomplishments that we're most proud of from last year, I was going to attribute those to those certain priorities. In recruitment and retention, what you don't see on the slide is that we have a team of about almost 40 people. We currently have 1 vacancy. We're really excited about that. We had a smooth transition for our chief building official position due to the presence of a highly qualified and ready to take over plans examiner, Jack Smalley, who is now serving as our new chief building official. In professional development, 4 of our team members or staff members earned pilot licenses in support of our drone operation. We also had 1 plans examiner achieve the CASP certification. That is the ability to review the accessibility parts of plans. And I remember when I first started back here, there's like 2 people in the state. Now we have 1 person on our staff. We did have 2. We've also had ongoing certifications through ICC, the International Construction Council? I don't know, it's for the building division. And so our staff continue to get certifications with that. We've had over 300 hours of training offered or taken by our planning team. We do trainings both within our group during planning division meetings, as well as online trainings and off-site trainings. And it includes permit processes, CEQA, which is our environmental analysis process, tribal and cultural relations, and emergency management. For fiscal sustainability, we were awarded a 3-year Cal Recycle grant for illegal dumping abatement. But what you don't see on that slide is that we also are continuing with our Prop 64, Cohort 3, which is for cannabis, illegal cannabis eradication, our APGP grant, which we have in planning, and our CDBG grant for hazardous vegetation. We're just awaiting that award agreement right now. That will go to support the hazardous vegetation program and substandard housing, education, and resource connections. Public service. I think we're still on the slide. Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. Our very impressive team has developed a new electronic permitting system that will include a public portal, which we plan to launch in mid-February. We have established a new citation and fine collection system. We also completed year 1 of the Lake County 2050 process, which is the update of our general plan and all 8 of our local area plans, in addition to a climate adaptation plan. This first year included a lot of public outreach, so we did 2 surveys. One survey was a county-wide, 1-page, easy one. The second one was like a 28 to 30-page survey that was tailored for each individual planning area. We also had held 46 public meetings for Lake County 2050. Next slide, please. The 2025 points of something. Oh, let's just call it goals. Our 2025 goal slide. Ongoing trainings, including hopefully sending all 5 of our planning commissioners, should we get our new 2 planning commissioners in time, to the Planning Commissioners Academy that will be held this March in Sacramento. Again, launching our e-permitting system next month with the ability to finally accept credit cards as payment. Right? Where's the, can we all hear the music? I know. So exciting. We also will complete the cannabis policy update and year 2 of Lake County 2050, which will include reviewing the drafts of the climate adaptation plan and the county-wide general plan elements, as well as the local area plan elements and the draft programmatic environmental impact report. So we're going to have a lot more meetings that we'll tell you about next year. Next slide, please. Data points and metrics. We issued 1,810 permits. Those were building permits, not counting planning yet. 296 of our active permits were finalized, and our inspectors completed 5,230 inspections. I think that's like 1,000 more than we did last year. We have gotten our citation program rolling, as you'll see under, where is it? There you go. Code Enforcement Division, that last line, amount due from citations. So we're excited that that's starting to build momentum. In planning, we received 470 applications. Now, a lot of these are zoning clearances for building permits. So, but that also includes ministerial, such as zoning permits or conditional use permits. Also land permits, such as voluntary mergers, lot line adjustments, parcel maps, and subdivision maps. It also does include the MAHA project, which in itself was about 16 to 18 different types of permits and entitlements. Next slide, please. Continuing, grants awarded last year for illegal dumping, 290,000. Let's see. Planning staff training hours. Since I don't think I've gotten my 7 minutes yet, so I just want to go over a couple things. In planning, some of the things we've talked about, Subdivision Map Act, AICP certification, which is a planning standard through the American Planning Association of Achievement for Planners, communication skills, presentations, how to give good presentations to the board and to the Planning Commission. We've also done a number of emergency management. And then we are out and about town. Staff presences or staff attendance at other meetings, particularly any municipal advisory committee meeting that any supervisor wants us to go to, we go. We've talked on the radio, we've talked to business groups, we've talked to homeowners associations, and we had a really good time at the fair giving out that survey. We have a bold team of volunteers through our AmeriCorps program, and these ladies were amazing. They were undaunted. They got hundreds of surveys taken that we otherwise may not have had. So we appreciate this year that we've had the opportunity for so much public outreach, and we look forward to continuing that in the future. Next slide, please. So this next one, 2025 data points, is a little vague only because with our new electronic permitting system, we're going to have the ability to produce reports that I don't even know what they are yet. So we plan to continue the metrics that we established last year, but I am very open to any other type of metrics this board might be interested in hearing about next year. And that concludes my presentation.
Do we have any questions from the board?
Just very excited about everything that you've been able to accomplish this year, which is a lot, and the priorities for the coming year. Great job.
Thank you. We have a really great team up there.
Yeah. Vice Chair?
No question, just a comment, and I appreciate all the public outreach because you guys were really out there everywhere.
Thank you.
You didn't mention that you needed 72 people also to apply for your groups that you were trying to create for your.
Well,
that was a.
I do
huge
appreciate
task
the
in
board
itself.
establishing all of those lay packs and then appointing people. So yeah, it was wonderful to get community-focused input from the public.
So one of the things that I think will be possible with your new OpenGov, I know you said you want to give us the number of cannabis permits, but will there be a possibility of breakdown of all permits so that we have an idea of what's happening overall with your permits?
I would be happy to do so.
Yeah, because I
In
think
fact,
that
I could do so
system's-
now if you want.
think
I have it
that's-
here.
I think that system will allow a lot greater flexibility with understanding what goes through.
All types of permits. Got it.
Supervisor Owen?
I had a question. I've had people approach me about the 2050 project, how are you feeling about that? Because there's been questions in the communities that they don't have as much input that there was in the past. People that have been on it or been around it, they've approached me about that.
I appreciate that question. We are handling this process very differently than in the past. In the past, we do one local area plan every, 8 years, something like that. It would take about a year and a half, and we'd get it done. This year, with the Lake County 2050, we could not update the county-wide elements without considering our local area plans as well, because they were getting so outdated. And so before we are able to finish the county-wide, we then added to the entire project the update of all those area plans as well. I have tried making meetings in the daytime, in the evenings. We send out doodle polls to our late packs. We have been passing out cards with our QR code to the website so people are able to keep track of all the events and upcoming meetings. We are able to take input directly from lakecounty2050.org. So if anybody has a comment that they can't attend a meeting or something, but there's something they want us to retain and carry forward as public input, there's an easy way to do it on that website as well.
Okay, are they available on Zoom?
Yes, the
They are?
meetings were
Okay.
recorded and links are available both
Perfect.
at lakecounty2050.org as well as on the county website for the boards and commissions page.
Perfect, thank you.
My pleasure.
Supervisor Pysker?
Yeah, and since it was brought up, and not to get too in the weeds, but we did have a conversation with the Big Valley Advisory Committee, 2 members, last week, expressing that they really wanted to have more updates at the municipal advisory meeting, and that people are having a difficult time attending the LAPAC meetings. They call them LAPAC there, but if there was a way to kind of convey what's happening at the area plan meetings to the municipal advisory council, like general highlights that were discussed, and see if there's further feedback. I don't really know what that looks like, but we heard it from our constituents, and so bringing it to
I would be very happy to do so.
Okay.
Whenever they want to put me on an agenda, I'm happy to appear, hang out, answer any questions, as well as hopefully, I'm glad that they're interested, because when we do get to the next review in the summer months, reviewing the actual local area plans, I'm really hoping that the municipal advisory councils will let me use them as public input hubs so that I can get on their agenda with the understanding that that's where the public knows to go. And so it may be easier for them to attend those meetings.
Supervisor Sabatier? And then,
Real quick, you said you do have some data on you. Did I miss how many dwellings we built last year?
I had to keep it to 11 size font on my slide, so I left out some stuff, but I'm happy to tell you right now. We did have, out of the 1,810 various permits, 28 were for single-family dwellings, those are stick-built homes, and 34 were for manufactured homes. Of the properties, or of the permits that were finaled, 1 was for a stick-built house, and 9 were for manufactured homes.
So only 9 or only 10 were finaled?
Correct.
Supervisor Owen?
Trying to remember my question. I think you had mentioned about going back to the advisory committees. I think that's something like in Middletown, and I'm sure Lower Lake, they would very much like that.
Wonderful.
Because that's where I've been hearing some of we're not in contact.
I would greatly appreciate it if they would extend me an invitation to their meeting, and I would be happy to go. I don't want to just, crash their party, but
Perfect.
I'm always happy to join them.
I think they'd like to have some, more input as well, so.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
And thank you for attending the Earth, Worth, and Surth. I know that you've been at multiple meetings there. Also, just wanted to highlight the citations and how that's coming along. I know there'll be more in the future because I know it just barely laid out. And I heard you talk about OpenGov. Is that coming close?
Yes, we anticipate a launch on February 12th.
Oh, yes.
There will be a day, if I could just do a save the date, prior to that, where our whole counter system will be closed as we transfer permit data into the new system.
Perfect. And I know that'll correlate with citations and data ticket and all of that, so.
As well as, I think it'll be a really good public tool because someone who would normally call our office and say, hey, I don't know about this neighbor, he's doing all this stuff over here. Now they can just go on the GIS system, click, and they'll be able to find out about what kind of permits either are or are not at that location. So it's going to be great. We're excited.
Thank you, Ms. Maria.
My pleasure.
All right, with that, I'll open it up to the public. If there's any comments from the public about this presentation, please come to the microphone. And if there isn't in the chambers, somebody on Zoom if there is. All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the board, and we will thank you, Director Turner, for your presentation. We'll move on to our next one, and that will be, oops, sorry. County Council, Lloyd Wintavon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just stay here. It's only a couple of slides. So thank you for this opportunity to present to the board our office's accomplishments and our goals. And just as a general overview, the Office of the County Council provides legal advice and assistance to your board and all county departments. Our office also provides administrative risk management functions in regards to the county's public liability claims. And our office also provides services for the workers' compensation program, including general oversight of the county's third-party claims administrator. That's a very general overview of what our office does. And as far as our accomplishments, you see there in our slides, that's part accomplishments, part data points as well. And I'll just go through each bullet point very briefly. In the course of our office's work and operations, for 2024, our office reviewed approximately 811 documents for county departments. That consists of contracts, resolutions, memoranda, ordinance drafts. Pretty much anything that would need approval as to form goes through our office. That is up from the 2023 figure, which was 792. It's still within the ballpark, though. Our office also handled currently approximately 74 ongoing juvenile dependency cases. That is actually down from the year prior, 2023, which the number in 2023 was 93 juvenile dependency cases. And when it comes to probate and conservatorship cases, our office is currently handling 129 cases. And this number is up from 2023, which was 95. And then when it comes to public records requests, our office works closely primarily with administration, with information technology, as well as a whole slew of other departments on coordinating Public Records Act requests. And so for year 2024, our office spent approximately 201 hours reviewing, researching, responding to, and coordinating approximately 237 public records requests. If you were to compare those figures to the amounts, hours, and the number of requests last year, there's a significant difference. And I think part of the reason for that is because there's better tracking this year compared to how we did it last year. Where last year there was we only found 92 hours from our offices and reviewing for responding, coordinating records requests, and by last year I mean 2023. The previous year, 2023, our office handled about 57. So, but I think that part of the reason for the discrepancy there is because now that we have better tracking, specifically through Laserfish, and also by looking into the executime hours more in depth, and that's in coordination with the auditor controller. And thank you to the auditor controller's office for providing us that data, as well as administration. Now, across all departments, from what we found, approximately there were at least 248 records requests that were received in 2024. Again, that's also due to better tracking if you were to compare it to year 2023. And the other caveat to this is we're going off mainly from information that we pulled from Laserfish and also through the executime payroll system. But there may be other requests out there that were not included here, which were not logged on into those into those systems that were just primarily handled by the department itself. So this number might be an underestimate of sorts, the 248 records requests in 2024. As for the, I guess that would be this would be the next slide, the 2025 points of emphasis. Our office plans to continue, of course, to provide legal representation and assistance to the County Board of Supervisors and county departments. And we would also prioritize retaining deputies and staff to promote efficient workflow in our office. Currently, our office is fully staffed with 6 deputies and 2 administrative staff. The administrative staff is an administrative assistant and a risk analyst. And I want to take this opportunity to thank my staff for ensuring that legal representation is being made on behalf and for the benefit of the county, for the hard work that they've done. And we're going to keep things moving along operations-wise in our office.
Thank you, Lloyd. We will start with Supervisor Sabatier, and then Supervisor Pyska will be next.
You mentioned Laserfiche. With those, do you upload the response to Laserfiche?
It really varies. It depends. For the most part, it does. Part of it depends on which department is the assigned department to respond to the request. From our offices, and when our office sends out the response, we sometimes do it through Laserfiche, but in the case of, for example, if the documents to be provided as responsive and disclosable are voluminous, we might just find another method to do that. Or if we're seeking clarification in the course of disclosing those documents, sometimes Laserfiche wouldn't accommodate that feature, so that it would be correspondence via email between our office and the requester. So it really does depend, but a huge chunk of it does, when it comes to the departments responding to the request or disclosing documents to the request, those are done by Laserfiche for the most part.
And so that means that it would be accessible to the general public?
As far as once the request is made and once those documents are disclosed,
No, the Laserfiche. Like, I know I can go and look stuff up through Laserfiche right here. Are those?
Maybe.
Okay. And I guess wondering, is that a possibility where maybe you're getting multiple requests for similar things that we can make available? I mean, if it's not private information that we're not allowed to pass off, why not make it more transparent and public? If somebody might have the same question, maybe it reduces the number. I'm just looking for more than one person has to have the same question.
Yeah, certainly staff can look into it. One note on that is oftentimes while there may be multiple requests that involve the same topic, the scope of the request oftentimes tend to vary.
Right.
And so that does factor in terms of this possibility of setting up something where there would be a repository of sorts. I know that in the past, not necessarily through Laserfiche, but the county has provided publicly available information similar to what's already there on the County of Lake website, and with them at times in response to a records request, if it's publicly available on the county website, we would refer the requester to that if it is responsive to their request. But certainly staff can look into that.
Okay. I'll continue the conversation afterwards.
Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I appreciate that we're trying to better track the PRAs. It's something that, as a board, we've been asking for the last couple of years, so that we can clearly understand the resources and staff hours that are needed to cover that. So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, just a question. So with the 230, does your office get notified of every single records request that comes to any department, or just the ones that need your office's assistance with?
More on the latter. If it's a request that has legal implications, And/or if the department itself, if the departments whose records are who's maintaining the records that are responsive to the request, if they need assistance, certainly, I'm sure administration is there to assist the department as well as our office. But going back to your question, not all of the records requests go through our office, because there are some records requests that are fairly straightforward. They're just, for example, they're just looking for a certain document that's already publicly available, and sometimes once it gets assigned from administration via Laserfish to the department just provides the document.
Okay, thank you.
And so, when considering the ongoing juvenile cases, dependency cases, probate and conservatorship cases, Public Request Act, and then the continuous or just business as usual in working with us or other departments and whatnot, on top of potential complaints. I know you all have to deal with those too, and I don't know how we measure that or if we're allowed to measure some of that, but I know that there's a lot of hours spent there. And the reason I say this, and I'm bringing this up, is because I get a lot of constituents that reach out to me and want questions from you as well, and we stay in contact, but at the same time, I know that your office is working on all of these other things. So I wanted to highlight and then just kind of say in public so that they can hear and know that there's a lot of other things too aside from these that take hours or that involve hours in your breadth of what you can do and bandwidth. So.
And as with all the other departments, we serve at the pleasure of the board. We serve the best interest. Our office does we do our best to serve the best interests of the county, and thank you for that. And we'll continue the operations as usual in providing legal representation and legal advice to any questions that your board may have, any departments may have that relate to that relate to any to the interests of the county in general.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll open it up to the public for any questions about this presentation. Are there any on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll close public input and bring it back to the board. Thank you, Lloyd, for that presentation. We'll move on to our next presentation, which is District Attorney's Office. District Attorney Susan Cronus will be giving this presentation.
Good afternoon. So, to start off with accomplishments for 2024, successfully prosecuted several high-profile cases. We always get those very serious high-profile cases every year, but you know, including sexual assault. Obviously, there's murder cases. And other serious violent crimes, financial fraud cases. We finally finished 2024 into 2025, towards the end, a financial fraud case that had been around for several years, going back to 2020. So, basically through no fault of our office, but there were a lot of changes in attorneys for these particular defendants. So anyway, we finally concluded that, which is an accomplishment, and it did go to trial with a conviction. So we are constantly, you know, obviously we have a large amount of cases that we're dealing with every year, felony and misdemeanors, and so we are trying to keep up with those cases. We have implemented new charging procedures to comply with the racial blind charging law. Basically, for those of you that don't know what that is that as of January 2nd of this year, This applies to most of our cases, but not all, so not domestic violence cases, not child sexual assault cases or sexual assault cases. But most of our cases that come in now, before they are reviewed, they have to be redacted from the name has to be redacted, and the race and any other identifying items that would kind of identify what race they are, culture that they are. And that's a state law, unfunded, of course, by the state. So we have some substantial money that we had to put out for a redactive service, and it is costing us a lot of time, and it will cost a lot of money to have each case, basically thousands of cases, redacted before they go to the attorney. It also takes extra time for that attorney to review it twice, because it has to be the same attorney to review it. So that's a factor that is, obviously going to take more time to charge cases. And so we probably next budget year, we will be requesting additional clerk, legal assistant positions in order to have that additional help to do those redactions. Our victim witness office services, over 1,800 victims and family members served, which is, I believe, an increase from last year. They do a tremendous work. This is including going to court with victims, meeting with victims, interviewing child victims. We did 37 interviews of children at our Hope Center in 2024. And of course, a lot of those cases go on to be criminal cases that we file and then go to trial on. Okay, next slide. So points of emphasis. We're implementing the new law under Prop 36 with an emphasis on drug treatment and reduction of retail theft. A lot of you know about the law. In terms of, especially with drug treatment, our emphasis, my emphasis, is getting people drug treatment. I think when they're in possession of drugs, now if you have 2 misdemeanor or felony priors of possession of drugs, now we can charge a felony drug case, even though it is only a possession case. That's the change in the law. But then it would be mandated that they do drug treatment program, which is a good thing. And that's what we're hoping for, that people will successfully complete the drug treatment program. Some people might not want to do that, then they are looking at a felony. I'm going to not overdo it. I mean, obviously, if someone has 5 prior cases of possession and they only have like a gram or 2, we're not going to just say automatically a felony, but we just look at the record to see, if you have that many drug possession cases, you probably need help, and you've been offered help through the drug diversion, and you haven't taken advantage of it, or you've not been successful. And of course, retail theft is basically where if you have 2 or more prior thefts under $950, then the third one now can be charged as a felony, even though it's not $950 or more, or actually over $950. So that, I think, will help our retail stores in the area, that they will. It's a great tool to reduce retail theft. We have to increase our efforts to recruit. We have key personnel retiring maybe at the end of this year and the next year. I just lost 2 deputy DAs, so I'm down to 8 plus 2, me and my chief. And that has caused a substantial burden on the remaining deputies. So I'm going to increase efforts to fill those positions. And we're transitioning to an updated case management system. Hopefully this year, that's going to improve efficiency, I believe, tremendously. Once we get all trained on it, it's going to be we're going to be able to. We spend a lot of time doing transcripts. We have to farm that out to a company and pay for it. We also have videos that we have to, might want a clip to edit it, and that takes time. So this system we would be able to do all of that. We would be able to send our discovery to defense attorneys and the public defender's office more efficiently, and the attorneys will be able to more efficiently see the whole case file on this system. So hopefully that's going to be happening in September or October of this year. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is data points and metrics. This is from 2023 because we basically do these stats at the end of the year. We haven't had a chance to do them. I think that they're going to be pretty consistent with 2024 should be pretty consistent with this number. And then the last slide is what are we going to be, data points are we going to be using metrics that we're going to be following. Number of cases referred, filed, rejected, and number of trials. Number of public served by the victim witness, of course, we keep track of that. Number of forensic interviews, we keep track of that already. A number of public outreach efforts through media and social and events. I think that's going to be something new that we're going to keep track of so that we can show how we're engaging in the community. A lot of that would be through victim witness, but it could be through our DA's office as well, the main office. And I think it's important, obviously, to keep these statistics. Once we get the new case management system, it will be a lot easier to keep these numbers, have these numbers available for the board and the community. Any questions?
Vice Chair Rasmussen.
Yeah, just a question. You mentioned the prosecutor staff. Are the investigator positions all full?
We have positions open. We just had an investigator position. Well, we had a welfare fraud investigator position leave, and that's going to be filled, and then we're going to have, I believe, somebody, a current person in our office, go to that position, and then we're going to have a position filled. But we are having several investigators going to be retiring either the end of this year or the following year.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, thank you. The new software you're looking at getting, is that something that can also be shared and utilized, obviously with vastly different data sets, with our public defender's office? Because I know we were looking at software upgrades there, and would that be a similar package that could be utilized?
Well, we have talked to them, and Mr. Buenaventura, maybe he can address that as well. I know that they do have a system that they're working with. I don't know what kind of system it is, but I have talked to him about that, the public defender, about that. And I'm not sure if that's going to be feasible. I don't think that there will be a discount, but I think it would have to be done separately. But the advantage would be is that we can exchange discovery and other things more easily if we had the same system. There is a corresponding defense oriented system with that company.
Gotcha. And then for the racial blind, are we just contracting with like an AI type of thing? Because I thought I went through a conference session with DA Reisig from Yolo County, who worked with a couple nonprofits in Stanford University to create like an AI system. Are we hiring somebody to manually do it, or?
Well, we are using a company that has basically a program that takes out the data that needs to be taken out. They worked with us at the end of the year. They provided the system free at the end of the year. They worked with us because each county has different reports from their sheriff's office. They're all different formats. So it took several months for the company to be able to redact every format of law enforcement report. So it is a company that we are paying, and we did look into the free, so-called free research companies, but that really wouldn't work efficiently. So our new case management system, once that's implemented, they will have the same system, and then we can go with them, and it would be included in our price that we pay for that.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, anyone in the chambers would like to comment on this presentation? In Zoom? I'll close public input and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabah.
I apologize. I know that there's timelines for at least misdemeanors so that they can get filed or go to court or whatever that timeline is. I believe it's a year.
Correct. Most misdemeanors.
Is it possible to get a number of those that may have lapsed that year in those metrics that you bring back in the following year?
Yes, and once we have that system, it would be easier to track. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And just recognizing the highlight of 1,800 victims and family members. The department in victim services, how many employees? I mean, I know, but I just want to give a picture as to how much they're doing with that group of victims and whatnot, the victim witness services.
Right, and I forgot to mention right now, we're really bare bones in our victim witness office. So we have the interviewer. She is also filling in for doing advocacy work. We have the head of the department, and then we have one advocate. Right. So we're really, really understaffed, but in spite of that, they are doing a fantastic job. This could be from, people coming in, having questions about protective orders, calling about their case, informing them, witnesses about when court is, if it was continued. It also includes setting up travel arrangements for trial. It includes helping with actually going to court with victims before they testify, and helping them to prepare an impact statement. They do so much, and a lot of times when they're in court, they are just there as support. That could take all day. They also help the attorneys when they meet with cases where there are victims. They're there as well. So it takes up a lot of time, and unfortunately, being down by 2 advocates right now, it's been difficult.
Right. Thank you for giving that picture. Worry about fatigue, but at the same time, I just wanted to highlight that the amount per capita, what's happening. So, if there's not any other questions, we'll go ahead and wrap up this presentation for the District Attorney's Office. Thank you, Susan.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Next, we have health. Where's it at? Here we go. Health Services Director Anthony Arden will be giving this presentation along with Craig Weatherby.
How'd you feel better?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So glad to see you guys. All right. So our accomplishments for 2024 were many. I think you guys will be happy to see that we've improved our vacancy rate from about 33%. I think it was about 36 or 37% starting in January of last year, but about 33% when I arrived in early February. We're down to about 21%, and we have multiple interviews in progress. So hopefully that number will continue to come down. We've completed all staff trainings around health equity, safety, emergency management, and regulatory compliance, which we got approval from you guys to shut down for those days. We're going to continue to do that for this year upon your approval, so you guys will probably be seeing a board memo around that. So again, our emphasis is around staff development quite a bit, since we had a lot of turnover the last 4 or 5 years with the pandemic. So one of the first things that I accomplished when coming here was pretty microscopic look at the org chart, which was pretty complex when I arrived. So we kind of tried to streamline that and reorganize that. And I think that's, it's never going to be perfect, but I think it's much better and working a little bit better for us. Renewed and strengthened our partnerships in the community, especially with the first responder community. As you guys are probably fully aware, there was a little bit of a, poor relationship, I think, with the prior health director around the first responder community. So made that one of my priorities coming in, and I feel pretty strongly to say that we've really built some good relationships, especially with our fire chiefs and our EMS system. So we started a community newsletter. Thank you to our PIO, Trevor, as well as initiated some radio programs. So we're getting out in the community, making sure that we're getting that information out there and the successes that we're having at the health department. And Trevor, our PIO, has also done a phenomenal job of enhancing our social media outreach around Facebook and Instagram to make sure we're getting that out there, as well as we're currently revamping the website that we're allowed to do. So the parts that we're allowed to do, I should say. Kim and her team, the SafeRx program, were awarded multiple grants, again, that you guys approved last year for the old newspaper dispensing machines. If you guys remember those from like the 80s and 90s, we bought a few of those as well as some vending machines. So I think we've got all of our newspaper machines out, and now we're working on getting those vending machines out. So we were talking about that yesterday in our management team meeting. The home visiting program launched in April, and I think that's when I reported to you guys we were at a caseload of 1 when we started. We're currently at a caseload of 12 and hoping to continue to expand that program and ramp that up with an additional staff member, probably a community health worker. So that will be in the pipeline as well. Strategic plan, we did just a very basic 1 to 2 year strategic plan for now. Again, mostly centered around staff development, staff morale, financial management, some of those things. So we're well on our way for accomplishing most of those goals that are in there, and we'll probably do another one probably sometime next year. The arrival of the Wellness on Wheels truck, the medical mobile unit, so we're calling it the WOW truck. So that arrived in December. Unfortunately, it arrived with a power issue with one of the wiring when they were welding the truck together. You buy the frame of the truck and then they weld on the actual camper unit of it. Apparently, the weld was hot still when they were doing the wiring and melted through one of the wires. So it showed up with an alarm. So it is in Sacramento right now getting repaired, and hopefully we'll have that back in a few weeks. And we're knee-deep in trying to write policies and procedures around that to provide some basic services. So we have 11 education and services provided, identified to start on that truck, as well as to hopefully start in our clinic this coming year too. So Director of Nursing, Christina Wilson, and our health officer, and our public health nurse, Senior Deb, are working on those. So I'm very excited to get those going, as you guys have heard me talk about that quite a bit. So that'll really help enhance our presence out in the community and our health equity efforts and getting out to communities that need that. Tobacco control, probably my favorite success that we probably had. Lake County had no tobacco retail licensing in this county between our 3 jurisdictions, which is City of Clear Lake, City of Lakeport, and then the unincorporated part of the county. Happy to report we are now fully covered. Don't quote me on this, but I am told that we are the first county in California to have full coverage in all jurisdictions in the county. So not 100% sure if that's true, but that's what's being reported through the pipeline through Liberty. So, as well as passing the smoke-free ordinance. So that should really help our metrics. It won't be an immediate impact. We should start to see some of the improvement of those metrics 3, 4, 5 years down the line. That's the hope. So it takes time for people to wean themselves off of those additives. LEAP, through our CalFresh program, leaders in eating and activity practices, were recognized by the state of California. That's Lakeport Elementary and Cobb Mountain Elementary were recognized for being a part of the CalFresh program and hitting some certain metrics. So moving on. Veteran Services, unfortunately, Saul could not join us today. He is busy meeting with clients. Out of 95 submissions, 78 have been returned with a positive outcome. Those are the veteran services that he provides, usually getting aid to their benefits. Total contacts to date for 2024 was 21,943. That is a lot. And that could just be phone calls and things like, oh, and it's broken out, sorry. So that's the multiple metrics there. And then approximately 3,500 unduplicated clients is who they saw out of those 21,000, almost 22,000 contacts. I'll let Samantha take it for First Five.
Thank you. Samantha Bond, Executive Director for First Five Lake. Before I get into what's on the slide, I just want to note that operationally First Five sits underneath the First Five Commission. Staffing-wise, we do sit under Health Services. And so it's important to know that because we do a lot of more reporting than what's on this slide. There's a very extensive report of all the activities we've done in the last fiscal year on our website, so first5lake.org. But one of the things that we're proudest of is our 2024-2029 strategic plan, which was about a year in the making. We had several Board of Supervisors, as well as our CAO Parker, participate in the process for the strategic planning, as well as having 3 community input sessions and key stakeholder meetings that we held throughout the year. And we're proud to say that we have 4 different focus areas: child health, child development, family functioning, and systems of care, all to support our families and communities here in Lake County. We also played a critical role in uplifting the Home Visiting Collaborative, which takes all the home visiting programs here in Lake County, brings them together so that we can try to enhance and collaborate all of the home visiting that's happening. First thing that we had to do was actually decide on what is the definition of home visiting, which turned out to be quite complicated because there's different definitions from the federal level to the state level to even our local levels. So making sure that we all understood who we are and who we are as a collective was really important. We also provided a number of Title IV trainings. This is staff trainings for our community members. We focused very highly on adverse childhood experiences as well as trauma and how to kind of deal with trauma and coping with that. We also found a need within the community around car seats. We had very little car seats that were being able to get out to our community, but a high need for it. So we piloted a program with Motherwise, who exploded their program. And because it went so well in the first year, we are actually supporting them again this year. A couple of the programs we do support is the Imagination Library program through LCOE. We've done that for a number of years now. That provides free books to each of our children from birth to the month of their 5th birthday, and several other programs that weren't listed here. And as I said, there's a much more extensive report on our website. So if you want to learn more about First Five, it's there. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Moving on to points of emphasis, continue to recruit and fill vacancies. My hope is to be under 10% by the end of this year, or fully staffed. That'd be nice, but trying to keep it realistic. Better fiscal and data management. Again, I continue to preach this. We're trying to up our staffing there in that area. We've had numerous recruitments that failed kind of at the last second. So, and I'm a stickler on that. So I want to make sure that we hire the right staff because those are very important positions. So I've implemented a quiz/exam to make sure that they actually truly have the accounting skills to come on and be successful and do the type of reporting that I'm expected to have because it helps me do my job. as well as starting an activity report and doing an annual report around data management and data collection. Again, continue to develop and train staff to improve culture, starting the medical mobile truck, the WOW truck. Continue to expand services, start billing. We are implementing Office Ally. We've had a little bit of a roadblock there with the county payment system, so we're trying to work through that process right now, and that's been going on for the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, I think. It's been holed up. Continue to revise, update policy and procedures. So we kind of divided up the work into teams on doing that. We have a workforce development person that oversees a QA, QI committee that can kind of do some of the department-wide ones. And then the clinic team, led by health officer Dr. Dewan and Christina, are kind of taking over the clinic policies, procedures to make sure those are getting up to date. So we're continuing to make progress on that. It can get slow a little bit. For instance, if we ever do a policy or procedure that impacts the work environment, it's got to go through the HR and union process, so that can take some time. Implementing tobacco retail licensing as well as the smoke-free ordinance this year. So we have an ad hoc committee for that. We ran into a little bit of a slow time with that as well. The tobacco program had to do a budget revision, and that took some time, so that during that revision process, you can't really spend a whole lot of money, so other than your already approved money like staff salaries. So that kind of slowed down some things on like ordering the signs and implementing that, but we're getting there. Craig's got his implementing the new environmental health software, and Craig is with us today, so you can ask us any questions around environmental health. And then we're going to be starting on our annual report process, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, and hope to have that out to our stakeholders in June or July, end of the fiscal year. Looking at some of our data, Craig, do you want to take over this part?
Sure, no problem.
Because these are yours.
Oh, these are fun. So one of the numbers we want to really draw to is the number of new well permits. I think you guys remember 2 years ago I reported that we had numbers upwards of 950 new wells per year. This year we're at 35. So the state's emergency ordinance, emergency governor's action, really crimped well drilling. And so we saw a significant reduction in the number of wells. Unfortunately, with that also comes the loss of the drillers themselves. We are down to only 2 companies doing active drilling in Lake County. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Active food permits, we have 307. That number has actually gone up since we generated this number. Over the holiday, we had another 9 businesses file for permits. So we are seeing some recovery. While the number still remains relatively static post-COVID, we are seeing a new generation of restaurateurs coming in, and they're taking over businesses that had left. So they are coming back. It is a slow process, and they are doing great. So it's just a slow process. Total inspections for the year, 1,043. We're looking to improve that number significantly through the next year. We are meeting our minimum standards, but we are now looking to improve the efficiency and the efficacy of the work and making sure that it actually is doing what we're supposed to be doing, making the public safe. I don't necessarily like the number of facilities closed. We had a total of 6 closures last year. Closures do not automatically happen when there are violations. It has to be specific types of violations. So you can see what they were for. 3 were for no hot water. Many of the restaurants in Lake County are aging, and so we are seeing their infrastructure is falling apart around them. Water heaters are notorious for going out, and they only go out at 5 o'clock on Friday on a busy night. Just so every restaurant person out here knows, that's the only time your water heater is going to go bad. So unfortunately, when you do not have hot water, you do not have a restaurant that can be open. There's no way to wash your hands properly or wash those dishes. So obviously, pest infestation, everybody knows that pests are bad. Nobody seems to be too upset when I close a restaurant for pests. And even the operator is usually pretty happy that we're stepping in to help out on that matter. And finally, one for sewage backup. That is one no restaurant owner ever wants to have to make that call, but it happens from time to time. And we do close businesses for those things. So the good news, only 1.9% of the inspections resulted in a closure. So it's relatively low. We'd like to get it even lower. And finally, total amount received from citations. This is a little bit of a misnomer. We did receive this funding for cases that we were part of, but they were actually prosecuted by Marin, and we were simply parties to. So unfortunately, it was for gas stations that operated in Lake County that had violations up and down the state. And then finally, total complaints received 134. Of those complaints, colloquially, about 95% of them are usually uncorroborated, but we are still obligated to investigate them regardless to verify that they are in fact safe conditions or not. So, thank you.
Did you have a question on that, or do you want to wait?
Just a brief question. Out of the 6 closures, how many were permanent closures or just temporary?
0.
Thank you.
All temporary.
I thought that was an
And
important.
usually less than a week.
Yeah, I think that's an important statement. It got resolved, compliance was made, and
Yes.
we reopened. Thank you.
Moving on around the clinic data, so we did 825 immunizations. That's total doses of all the different types of shots that we give. Unique clients were about 520. West Nile cases in humans in Lake County were reported as 0 last year. I believe there were a few the year before. HIV new cases reported 6. That's about double compared to the year prior. Low numbers, but still concerning. It's trending in the wrong direction. And then 1 new tuberculosis case reported in 2024, and that was a pretty complex case. Those cases can take up a lot of staff time and energy.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. I know we'll go to questions, and I do want to attest to the 5 o'clock after or the weekend, because Craig will call. So,
That's when it goes.
Supervisor Sabatier.
With the good news. Just a quick question on the HIV cases. Typically, cases are looked at per 100,000. Is there a comparison that you can bring back to us at maybe next year to look at where we stand compared to like the state average or things like that?
Yes, we can definitely work on that, and we can work with the health officer on doing some type of report as well. And maybe that will be included in our annual report.
Awesome. And then the WOW and the mobile unit, are those planned to be utilized with our school districts next year? Because there are schools still to this day where students are not allowed on the school campus because they have not gotten their vaccinations. Not saying that that's on you or anyone else, but I know there was a shortage as well of vaccinations at one point. Are we planning to look to be positioned to help out those schools for those specific grades that require certain vaccinations in order to enter the schools?
That is certainly the goal.
Thank you.
All right. No other questions. I'll open it up to the public for any public comment.
Be clear, one of the goals. There's lots of goals with that one.
Wendy Monfrance, Chief Probation Officer. I just wanted to give a shout out to Samantha and her team. They are an integral part of the Children's Council and working on child abuse prevention in the county. And they're creating this great tool where we're seeing all our services come together. And despite our agencies appearing to be opposite, we collaborate well together, and we'd be lost without her. So thanks, Sam.
All right. Any other comments from the public? Any on Zoom? All right. I'll close public input and bring it back to the board. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Craig.
And I would just like to close, and I want to thank the staff for all of their hard work this year, and we're going to continue to work hard to improve our health metrics here in this county. So thank you.
Good luck on getting to 10%.
All right. Next, we have our information technology. Our director, Shane French, will be coming up and giving this presentation.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm not even going to mention what I think you were talking about.
He said it.
Good afternoon. Shane French, Information Technology Director. So for our 2024 accomplishments, we had a few I listed here. We completed our Managed Detection and Response Initiative. Basically, this is a information security improvement where a third party is monitoring all of our systems 24/7, basically advanced intrusion detection system. Replace data center infrastructure, basically replacement of the equipment that services the network connectivity of various departments. We conducted a cybersecurity tabletop exercise that was, I think, very successful. All the departments were involved. Gained a lot of insight into potential vulnerabilities that we've had, and departments were able to, some of them actually drafted some disaster response protocols based on that. We added data center storage capacity. We do that pretty much every year, right? I mean, the storage and data storage needs are increasing every year, and so we're constantly adding more capacity. And then finally, we updated edge network infrastructure. Again, that's infrastructure improvements. So as far as points of emphasis for 2025, we're doing a lot of onboarding for Microsoft 365 products, right? So we're in the process of migrating all of our user accounts to Microsoft Exchange Online. That's going to increase the availability and capacity, right? So folks will have more storage space, more features, more security, all of that. Similarly, onboarding of all users to Microsoft Teams, new collaboration platform we'll be using, video conferencing, and also just collaboration tools for departments that are being rolled out. We're in the process of rolling out multi-factor authentication, so security enhancement again, and an associated policy for all users. So basically, everybody is going to have an enhanced login for accounts, and this is both for our own accounts and for third parties. Maybe you have software that integrates with our identity systems, and so all users will be enrolled in that soon. And then, of course, improve efficiency of systems deployment. Basically, this is about when we purchase new devices, the amount of time and labor that's involved in deploying those out. So that will be improved. Let's see. Your list is different than mine, so I just want to. No, it's okay. Yours is better, actually. There's less stuff on it. Wendy did a good job because mine is okay. So, just a couple things here. Endpoints countywide. Again, this is computers, laptops, things like that. 1,241 of those devices. And as far as the devices that my department directly manages, because, for example, our social services department has their own IS analysts that manage devices over there, but we manage 988 directly in central IT. Total VoIP phones managed, 1,164 of those. I put in here end users, including DSS, 1,035, and end users, again, managed directly by central IT at 811. These next data points, I think, are interesting. They're just a way, kind of a window into looking at IT spend, or what I would call central IT spend. They're not additive. They're just, you can look at it from a per endpoint or a per user perspective, right? So per endpoint would be our total budget divided by the number of endpoints we support, right? So I think it's just a way of looking at it. Costs $1,700 a year to support each of those, if you consider absolutely nothing else about what we do. Same thing, another way of looking at it is a per user. This is probably a better way of looking at it because obviously the whole point of this is to support employee productivity. So, 21, 23 per user, that's what it costs you to run your IT department. Again, it's a fairly rough way of looking at things, but I find it useful. Productivity service software. This is things like Microsoft 365, Laserfish, and things like that. It costs $242 a year for that suite of productivity tools. Total county facilities. I find this interesting. There's 61 county standalone facilities, buildings that we connect to the county network. So our network comprises 61 sites here within the county. Is there another page there, Carolyn? Or oh, okay, there we go. So, total service requests that were closed this year, 3426. That's up by like 300 from last year. 38 terabytes of data managed. Again, some of this is kind of more trivia than anything. I don't know how useful it is to anybody else, but it's something that I kind of keep track of.
Still costs money.
Analyst user ratio for county IT managed users. So again, this is how many we support for every one of our analyst staff. We support 176 users. Similarly, we support 215 devices for each analyst. So you figure each person is responsible for that many devices, roughly. Security spending per employee. Again, these are security tools and services that we purchase, and this is what it costs per employee to essentially secure that individual's information assets, right? 160, that's the average, basically kind of a running average number of employees that work from home on any given day. And then this next number is 474 is kind of the accumulated total of folks that have worked from home over the course of probably the last year. I mean, it's kind of, again, this is kind of a rough number because it changes at times, but you can figure that there's roughly 474 people that over the last 12 months have logged on or off to work from home at some point, whether or not they do that regularly or not. 160 is more the number that I would use there, so. And that's it.
All right, Shane, thank you for that. Looks like we have a question, Supervisor Sabatier.
So what's great is when you don't notice things from the user perspective because of IT's job being well done, haven't necessarily experienced a virus, we haven't been ransomed at this point in time. Those are always positive. But I'm wondering if you have a number of, I wonder if you have a number of attacks that you've thwarted, because those are daily. Those are every minute.
Yeah.
Wondering if that's a number that you can bring up, just so that we're aware of the increase that goes on, because I'm sure it is increasing. But I know from running websites in the past, it's kind of a unaware number that most people don't recognize the amount of attacks that happen daily over the internet.
Yeah, so, you know, those are metrics that do get tracked by various security platforms. The issue with, I guess, using it from our internal perspective, like I think it's useful information for the service provider, right? Like, hey, it's a marketing thing more than anything. Hey, I stopped 8,000 viruses this month. And that's good, but it doesn't necessarily reflect that, you know, I or my department did anything specifically. We paid for the service did its job. It's interesting to know that, you know, this month they thwarted 500 ransomware attacks or emails with bad attachments or whatever it is. But the thing about threat actors is they change up their tactics all the time. And so they might have 75 high intensity attacks on our systems one month, and then, you know, 1,000 low intensity next month. So that metric probably doesn't carry as much weight, if that makes sense, depending on if you're looking at it month to month, because, you know, you might deal with a high, you know, several high intensity attacks one month, and then tons and tons of low intensity attacks a month from that. And it's hard to really weigh which one of those is more meaningful, if that makes sense. So certainly, I mean, I could produce all kinds of data on that because our vendors do provide that information.
And I appreciate the response, and if there's no need, there's no need, but I know that we do talk about security systems and contracts and things like that, so just wanted to check in to see, and maybe those will come when those contracts come as well.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll open it up to the public, if there's any comments from the public. Zoom? All right, we have someone on Zoom. If you can unmute and state your name for the record.
I'm Alan Fletcher. I spoke to you earlier in person and now back home and Zooming. I'd have one general question on everywhere and a couple of questions on the Board of Supervisors meetings and Zoom. In general, are you guys looking into AI, and if so, how? I know it's risky, but in some of my activities, like particularly programming, it's improved my productivity 5 to 10 times, as long as I check the results. That's item one. For the Board of Supervisors meeting, is there any way that your system can be hooked up to an automatic transcript system? Right now, I'm running Zoom, getting an automatic transcript, and doing a share screen of your feed to get a transcript, which is kind of a lot of effort. So any chance of getting an automatic information only? I mean, this is not a legal transcript, but most everything comes through at a 99% level. So that's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I take?
Yes.
So that is a great question. It's something we've actually discussed a little bit, a lot of this AI note-taking and things like this that we have access to. Part of the concern with just turning some of this stuff on is that 99%. The 1% that might not be so accurate then becomes a sort of a public record, right? And so since we are charged with having accurate public records, that does present some issues for us. So it's something we've talked about, haven't really moved in the way of instantiating any policy around it necessarily, but AI is being built into just about every system that we contract with. And one of the concerns that I think all the departments are having is, to what extent are these public records going to be accurate, and these AI, especially the note-taking systems, are we going to be getting high fidelity on the results that are created from these systems? So at this time, I don't know that we're moving to set up a lot of the those AI transcripts for that reason, and it is a concern, but we might be looking at that in terms of policy in the not too distant future.
Thank you, Shane. With that, it looks like there's no other questions, and we'll. Okay, yes. And then after this, I'll close public input.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn for the Essential Public Information Center. We have found that the software platforms for meetings, whether it's Zoom or Teams, have automatic note-taking reporting systems. Those are a component of what the department has or the convening agency has, but the public doesn't have access to that if you don't have those accounts. I think that might be something to approach what Mr. Fletcher was talking about. They're not exactly transcripts, but they are summaries. On the Zoom read feature, if you don't have a certain type of account, you can't access those reports, but those are public record for us. And this is necessary for a lot of these public meetings like we've been talking about with the LAPAC and the GPAC and other advisory groups. So I wonder if you would just consider including that in your future anticipation of what we could provide using the systems that we, the public, pay for. Thank you.
Alan, I think your questions were answered. If you're brief, I'll just, please, we have to get moving. We still have 12 more presentations. So please unmute and let's keep it brief.
Oh, you asked me to unmute. Yes, my questions were answered.
Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, Shane, thank you very much. Yep. And we'll move on to our next item, or presentation, sorry. It is Library Christopher Veach, the County Librarian.
Good afternoon. So 2024 was an exciting year at the library because we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the county library system forming. We celebrated by collecting stories from the public and displaying them in our library, and we had a special edition library card for people to sign up and receive. We also launched the Lake County Library Bookmobile and for weekly service with the help of American Rescue Plan Act funds from the Board of Supervisors and a grant from the state library. And due to the speed with which we were able to procure and get our bookmobile into service, we were also featured in a video from the state, which you can see on our library website. It has great aerial views of the bookmobile driving around the county. We've continued to expand our digital resources. So we launched the Palace Project, which allows library patrons to access our digital holdings that we already have, as well as additional titles from the state. We've also increased library events for children and provided new passive educational opportunities in the form of science, technology, engineering, and math stations at all of our library branches with fundings from the Friends of the Lake County Library. And as part of our adult literacy English as a second language program, we also added additional Spanish and bilingual titles to the library collection and celebrated those with book parties to raise awareness for our Spanish-speaking population. We also hosted a National Endowment for the Arts Big Read program featuring The Bear with Andrew Kravac, which was very successful. And Adult Literacy also has partnered with the Lake County Jail and the Hamatin Haven Shelter to provide literacy one-on-one tutoring at both locations. And we've worked with Public Services, who helped make facility improvements at our library, many funded with a grant that we got last year from the state. So we're going to continue a lot of our work in 2025. We want to continue improving the library collection, both physical and digital. Our library collection is a tremendous resource to our county, but requires constant maintenance to keep relevant. We also want to continue with our library events and clubs, because by providing residents with opportunities to connect with others who share similar interests, we are fostering a supportive and enriching local community. One new point of emphasis will be to launch a free summer meals program and literacy program at the Redbud Library with a state lunch at the library grant. And we're going to continue work on increasing access to the library this year by launching a new modern library catalog on our website and digital library app for people to use on their devices. And the library app will allow for self-checkout at our branches. And the online catalog is the primary gateway for residents to explore our library collection. So by making it more user-friendly, we can better connect patrons with the resources they both want and need, and that maximizes the value and accessibility of our collection. And we want to continue work with Public Service and Admin on our Life and Safety Facilities Improvement Grant, and we hope to move forward with the largest project of adding solar backup to our 3 largest branches. And you can go to the next slide. So here are our statistics for 2024. This is for the calendar year. Of course, no statistic can perfectly capture our impact, but these show the work of the hard work of our staff at our library branches and how people are using the library. And by using the library, we hope that we're helping fulfill the goals of 2028 vision. So we checked out 237.86 materials in print and digital. And digital checkouts continue to grow and now account for 33% of our total checkouts. We added 7,733 new physical library materials to the system. We had 19,176 public computer sessions and checked out 1,091 hotspots and Chromebooks to the public. And then for our public programs, we hosted 353 programs for adults, 526 for children, with a total of attendance of 8,098. And then we visited multiple events, classrooms, and meetings to promote the library. That should really be 25 plus. We're still getting used to keeping track of those as outreach. And then our next slide. So we gave out 2,052 new library cards, and we have in our system 30,202 Lake County Library card patrons. And then for our bookmobile, we had 1,896 visitors at 117 stops, which checked out 2,322 materials. So on the next slide, we're going to continue all of those same metrics for the next year, and we hope to be able to report estimated visitors to library locations for all of our branches next year as well. And that's it. Any questions?
No, I just think the word is out that you can get the hot picks on the bookmobile.
That we just had a Find the Bookmobile event this Saturday outside of its normal event where we posted photos of where it was in the county for people to find, kind of like a geolocation type thing. People guessed where it was and then came and found the bookmobile and got a bookmark prize. So we're trying different ways to promote the bookmobile and the library system in general.
Yeah, do you have anything going that might highlight local writers?
We always try to add, when we can, local authors who donate their books to the library system. And then usually during the different months during the year that promote local authors, we'll either have a display. Sometimes we've even had programs with local authors, and we also invite local authors to come to the library, give a talk on their book, a signing. And while we don't generally allow commercial activity at library programs, we do have a special exception for local authors to promote local authors and community.
Yeah, it might be kind of cool where people could look up that, what books are available by local authors. Might be kind of
Yes, there is a tag. So on our library catalog, most people would probably need our assistance with this, but there is a tag where we can look up all the local authors. It is local authors for Sonoma, Mendo, and Lake County, but you can see them all.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Maybe I'll try to highlight that in the future.
Thank you.
And just to say, I went to the Josh Price conversation where he signed my book. Trailer Park Ocean was the book. And so, yeah, that was definitely a local author, and hopefully I see more of those. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So thank you for doing that.
All right. I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make a statement about this or question about this presentation? Zoom? All right. We'll bring it back to the board, close public input, and thank you, Christopher Veach.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher.
All right. We're good? Continue on. Next, we have a presentation from Wendy Monfrans, Chief Probation Officer for Probation.
Pen is down.
You said something. I think we might have a different response if we did find the probation officer on Facebook. Thanks for having us here today. We're excited to tell you about all that we've accomplished this year at the probation department. We have an amazing staff who is very concerned about public safety, but also making sure that Lake County is a better place and that we know people can change, and we're going to help them do that. So this year we promoted 10 employees in our department to positions like Deputy Probation Officer after being in our office a couple of years in training. We hired 7 new employees. We have 4 other employees that have been hired this year, and we have 2 more starting next week. And we have 2 people in background and then interviews of 4 more. If we complete this, we have 4 openings right now. We will be fully staffed, which is the first I've ever seen since I've been here. And last year we were at 36% vacancy rate for Deputy Probation Officer. So we're pretty excited. We did this by streamlining with HR on the testing process by bringing in tablets so they could do the testing right on a tablet, and we get pretty quick results rather than having to mail the test to some off land and get it back in several weeks. We've also created a position in our office called the Probation Program Technician, which we've created as a training position to become a probation officer for people who maybe don't have the prerequisites, and they can manage a caseload and learn those skills, but do it differently and not be in the field maybe like like a deputy probation officer would. And after 2 years in that position, then they can promote. So by doing this and underfilling a couple of the deputy probation officer positions, we've been able to bring our staffing levels up. We had our 3rd annual Resilient Reentry this year at Woodland College, and it was a fantastic event with more people in attendance than before, and we're going to continue with that again this next year. It may be at a different location. We're still working out all the details, but we do plan on going forward with that this year. We hosted 6 tattoo removal events, and 191 procedures were had in those 6 events. I can't tell you how many people that is because some people take several treatments before the tattoos are removed. We began the implementation plan of the Child Abuse Prevention Plan with our partners at the Children's Council and Child Welfare Services. We hosted 2 community meetings. We attended the judges' breakfast. I have been on several radio shows, and we've presented our housing project at other meetings like the COC and the Children's Council to promote the housing project that we have started. Our pretrial unit has continued to evolve, and now we are doing assessments on each person that is booked into the jail that is going to court, and we're getting those to the judges before they ever see the individual, so they can have real information about the person's likelihood to attend court and their needs before they ever see a judge. We introduced our mobile services unit, and it had a few bumps in the road, but it's now out and about. And we're beginning to see people where they are. With our new staff, we have designated 2 individuals that are deputy probation officers that work just with homeless populations, and they'll be utilizing that van regularly in their visits. We were approved as a CalAIM Enhanced Care Manager, and we're beginning that implementation with the help of public health in the billing part of that system. Props 36. We are working on implementation on Prop 36. We worked with Behavioral Health and the District Attorney's Office to create an implementation plan. And this last week I met with the judges to present that plan, and they have given us the go-ahead to go forward on how to implement Prop 36 and the impact it's going to have on the county. I did a rough survey of the justice partners we have in the county, and we believe in 2024 there were around 300 individuals that would have been eligible for a Prop 36 type of charge. And so those are the kind of numbers we're looking at that is going to be an impact on all 3 of our offices, and the changes of the services they're going to need. I believe that may require me to come back and ask for maybe an additional body or 2, because at the time Prop 36 is unfunded, and so I'm trying to come up with a plan in our office to make sure that we can see that those 300 people are served and get the treatment or job skills training, things they need, and we do the quarterly reports that we need to do with the judges for that. We continue on our housing project. We're so excited. We believe we have, it appears we're going to have a property selected within the next week. It has been identified, and they're negotiating now, and I believe we will have an announcement on that very soon. We continue to train our staff. Our staff in our first year, a deputy probation officer receives around 300 hours of training, and then they continue to receive between 60 and 100 hours of training annually. We are working hard on staff wellness. We became a Blue Zones certified location this year, and we are just trying to come up with ways to make sure our staff have the least impact on themselves for the hard work they do every day. Child Welfare and ourselves are working on our county self-assessment and system improvement plan, And we have a stakeholder meeting on February 19th. It is at 9 o'clock at Robinson Rancheria, and we invite everybody to come and discuss how probation and child welfare are doing, working with children and families and the foster kids in the county. We're going to continue to expand our mobile services unit and our homeless outreach. We have just contracted with a company to implement AI in our report writing processes. The AI will read police reports and summarize them, and it also takes rap sheets and summarizes them. That is the longest part it takes for an officer to write a pre-sentence report for the judges. And so the hope is that we may be able to take people out of those units once this is fully implemented and get more people on the ground because of the less work it will take. The information will still be reviewed, but just the time it takes to summarize those, especially in extensive cases, is a lot. And we're going to continue to enhance our victim services. So this year we supervised a total of 1,013 individuals on some type of formal supervision. Adult probation, that's 710. Juvenile probation, 88. Post-release community supervision, which is those individuals returning from prison, is 162. And on mandatory supervision, we had 53. We had 108 individuals in the pretrial program, and these are individuals who have not been convicted of a crime but are going through the court process. And we do things like remind them of their court appearances, test them for maybe they have an alcohol monitor on them and we're monitoring that it's being complied with, or they have an ankle monitor on and we're monitoring that that's being complied with. Our adult report writers prepared just over 1,000 reports this year for the courts, and we had 83 reports in juvenile court. There were 90 filed probation violations with the court this year for adults and 6 in juvenile. We had 467 individuals referred to adult programs, and many of those you will see happening at our Lower Lake office that we share with behavioral health. And of those, almost 200 completed successfully. And then we've attended at least 43 public outreach events. We try to be anywhere, everywhere to make sure that our message is out there, and being at schools, interacting with kids, things like that. I think that's it.
Vice Chair Rasmussen?
Yeah, once you get the selected location for the housing, when is it expected to be actually built and people moving in?
The groundbreaking, I believe, is expected in the fall of 2026. So, and then, I'm not a builder, but a year or so, I think.
Just to make sure.
Latier?
Oh, so sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you're
I had eye contact. Sorry. Just to make sure I'm reading this correctly, approximately 10% of your cases violate probation? Basically almost 100 out of 1,000? Is that how I'm reading it, or is that not the way I should read it?
No, that would be 90 violations filed. That could be one person maybe
Gotcha.
had several filed.
So it's not unduplicated
No,
individuals?
it's not.
Number of, gotcha, okay.
It's how many times we filed paper in the court.
I appreciate that. And I just feel the need to express my gratitude for your department. You are absolutely everywhere. Thank you for your participation in the COC's pig count. And I would like to find ways, I know we talk about it a lot when it comes to different types of issues that we're trying to deal with, and we use the word stigma. And I would like to work with you and your department and find ways to reduce the stigma that unfortunately people in our community have with their interactions, past interactions with law enforcement, because I think what you are doing is exactly that kind of healing that people need to see and experience. And so anything that we can do to help get a different perspective based on the actions that we're taking today, currently, I'd love to help you make sure that we put that out there as much as possible and get a different idea of what law enforcement can be.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll open it up to the public. Anyone on Zoom? All right. Well, thank you very much, Wendy. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah. So next, we'll move on to our Public Defender presentation. Ray Buenaventura, Chief Public Defender, will be giving the presentation.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. I'm looking forward to doing a brief presentation and perhaps answering any questions that you all may have. Congratulations to Supervisor Rasmussen, also Supervisor Owen. It's nice to meet you both. I think I've actually met you at an event in Middletown last year, and Supervisor Rasmussen, I thank you for inviting me to your office at the police department when I first came on board. This past year, we have started to staff our public defender's office. We have currently we have 9 public defenders, 2 investigators, and we have 2 admin staff, including a volunteer paralegal who has graciously agreed to work with us and has produced some tremendous results. I'm proud to see also we have diversity in our workforce. We have a very diverse group of lawyers who are working the cases every day and fighting the good fight. We're winning trials, we're winning motions, we're getting cases dismissed, and we're getting fair sentences. We've now established a new office. We have a new office location at 55 First Street after about a year of looking. We've looked at about 5 different locations, and we finally settled on what we think is the best office for the office. The expungement program that we have implemented has turned out to be a very popular program in the community. You might have heard some of the radio broadcasts that we've had to advertise it. We get at least 2 calls a day for people wanting a second chance. And I'm proud to say that we've been successful. I don't think we've actually had a denial of our expungements. In fact, I remember one case where we had a lady who had 9 cases. All of them were granted because they were so old and she has been a productive member of society. We have handled about 2,000 cases already, and that's roughly spread around about 8 lawyers. That's not sustainable. We are going to need more lawyers, and the plan is to get more lawyers. We get about 150 calls a day, and we only have 2 admin staff. That's not sustainable. And we're going to be, because we're growing, and the need is there, and we're going to be adding, the plan is hopefully to add more admin staff. Just a little on the expungement process. That alone is taking up to be using a lot of our resources. But I can tell you it is worth it. If you could see the clients that show up in court asking for an expungement, the way that they present themselves, the way they take it seriously, and when it's granted, the joy and the feeling of just remarkable happiness when that happens has been incredible. We look forward to becoming fully staffed. We need more lawyers because we have more responsibility that's coming up, including juvenile work, conservatorships, and also tenant evictions, which is something we are looking to do. We also need more investigators as mandated by the 6th Amendment report, because more lawyers, more clients means more work. And we are also looking to add a social worker or 2, according to what the 6th Amendment report recommends. In sum, we look forward to doing more trials, more motions, more victories, and more justice for our community. Our house is not yet fully operational. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. We are looking to do more things in the future, including restorative justice programs and more help outside of the criminal justice arena, like tenant evictions. We plan on doing town halls, know your rights forums, immigration and immigration advice. So that's in a nutshell what I presented. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Owen.
Now, your office is located right over here by the park, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I believe you were supposed to come up with a mitigation policy pertaining to the proximity of predators and the children. Is that been done?
It's in the works, and I can tell you that just the basic framework is that we are going to screen for who is a 290 registrant. They're going to be then interviewed here at the courthouse. We're going to make a reservation at one of several conferences rooms that are available, and that's where the interviews are going to be conducted.
Okay, and that's high risk. I don't know my numbers, but what about others? I mean, those requesting, I just want to protect the kids.
Sure. Yeah, if it is a 290 registrant, if it is something that we believe is something that's necessary, because we want to be good neighbors, and we recognize the issues that were brought up, and so we are working on a plan that will include those very issues that were brought up.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know who's first.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Oh, that's an old pen.
All right, Vice Chair Rasmussen.
Thank you for everything you do.
You're welcome, sir.
Because I wasn't here when the office was established, what is the current authorized staffing for public defenders, investigators, and admin staff?
Right now,
I see the numbers here, but just wondering
yeah, so
what the authorized is.
it's 10 lawyers and 2 investigators right now, and then we just have the 2 admin staff. That's what's been authorized. And just bringing it back to the Sixth Amendment report, their recommendation was 14 lawyers, 4 investigators, and 4 admin staff. That's essentially the Bible with what guides me, and that's what I'm going to be recommending.
Okay, so you would be coming back to us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. We'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone that would like to comment on this presentation? Zoom? None on Zoom, so I'll close public input, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
I would hope that your expungement program does decrease as the time goes by, since those types of programs did not exist, at least in that amount in the past. I appreciate you doing so, because I agree with your statement. Second chances are important. Third chances are important as well, depending on what the crime is that you've committed, obviously, or else you would still be in jail. But I appreciate your approach to it, and I know that that's kind of a promise you made to us, that was your perspective, a holistic approach to it, and you've stood by that, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
I have one more.
Yes, ma'am.
Following up with my original question, currently, you're not taking your offenders to your office location right now? They're meeting here?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ray, thank you very much. Appreciate also the potential restorative justice,
Yes.
plight for that. So excited to see that coming soon.
Absolutely.
So, thanks again, and we will move on to our next
All right.
presentation.
Thank you,
Public Services Director Lars Ewing will be giving this next presentation.
Good afternoon, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Thank you for the opportunity to present here. Before we go through the accomplishments, or really as I go through the accomplishments for 2024, what's not on there, and I'm going to start with it, is the biggest accomplishment, at least in my mind, is just the day-to-day operations that occur excuse me, at our facilities, whether it be at the landfill, at our parks, the buildings that, one of which we're in, but as Shane French mentioned earlier, there's 61 and then some that we manage. the museums, the contract waste hauling. So I just wanted to highlight the staff, not staff, but my coworkers and my team that are working there on a day-to-day basis. So that's really the biggest accomplishment that I want to end with, and I'll head on out. No, I will. I'll talk about more here. What you do have up on the screen, projects. Infrastructure management really talks about what I hit on. About 100 buildings, parks, and landfills. One landfill, but all in all, about 100 facilities. The projects that are listed up there, a few are highlighted that were done, quote unquote, done in 2024. Done doesn't necessarily mean constructed, but there was significant work being done and progress being made on that project. So, for example, Sheriff Admin, the design and construction was awarded. Design was completed. Excuse me. The construction was awarded, and now we have funding. So that was a big move. Lucerne Harbor dredging was complete. The Cobb Park property acquisition and preliminary design. The landfill expansion. So the construction of the first phase of what will be a 4-phase expansion at the landfill. Courthouse, Museum, Pomo Gallery opening in March. There are other projects that I could list. Kelseyville Senior Center, Courthouse parking lot. The list goes on and on. We have about 60 projects, capital projects that we track on a daily basis. Also up there is, for accomplishment, Parks, Recs, and Trails Master Plan. You'll be seeing that within the next month or two for adoption. We did a kids' summer day camp, first ever. We had about 30 or 40 kids, so we're not talking about a lot, but we're looking to expand that. And a curation of three county museums. So that's ongoing, as I mentioned earlier. So moving on to the points of emphasis for 2025. Solid waste and recycling. So this is broken into the 4 categories here. Landfill expansion. I mentioned the completion of the phase 1 cell. We're in design for phase 2 and 3. So that'll be going on in 2025. We need to do long-term disposal planning. We have, as I mentioned, the 4 phases. That gets us out to about 2040, but we need to be planning for the future beyond that. So that planning will be going on. Beverage container recycling is an issue. That is a state program, as I've mentioned before, to your board, either individually or collectively. But we are trying to implement local solutions here to what is a state program. Organics collection. You may have heard statewide that there's a lot of organics collection going on in other counties on a mandatory basis. It is not a mandate for Lake County, but working with our local waste hauler, they are going to roll out through voluntary subscription organics collection in the green waste bin. There will be an added cost, albeit minimal, and your board will be privy to that and consideration of their contract. Moving on to museums, Pomo Gallery I mentioned is opening in March. The Pomo family statue here at the Courthouse Museum will be open in late 2025. That's the expectation for that. Event programming, expanded event programming, be it family fun days, film screenings, presence at existing events countywide, looking to really expand and build on what we already do, or they already do. A multicultural heritage focus. We do have planned exhibits for a number of cultures, Native American, Black History Month, Italian culture, Hispanic culture, Chinese culture, and more. So that is a big focus of the museum curator. And then lastly, listed up there is an improved digital footprint, really looking to build on what we big lessons learned from during the COVID environment. How can we reach out beyond physical? And because we wanted to do better when we were able to be open, we worked more on the physical presence, but we can't forget the digital presence as well. So that works for both social media outreach, but also actual digital exhibits. So, moving on to Parks, Recreation, and Trails. Recreation programming is up there. And that can include a lot of different things, but it's not just, that's more than the built infrastructure. So we're talking about things like, I mentioned the summer day camp. It can include others that we're looking for 2025 to implement. One is a Canocti climb, what I'm calling a Canocti climb, to have a local event, not anything about a 5K or a marathon, but we can have Mount Canocti as a destination event that would be a big draw. So we're working hard on that, along with the potential. A lot of this is funding dependent, but potential swim lessons, hosting that. So I hope that you see a little bit more on all of these fronts. New park development, we have 3 new parks that we are working on. One in Clear Lake Oaks, John T. Klaus 600-acre park. So that's in planning and actually cleanup stage right now. Cobb Park, a new park in Cobb that we purchased you purchased, and we are in preliminary design for that. Same with Middletown. Middletown Park, we're working on a potential land use agreement with Sutter for a very small park in Middletown, but that is in initial design and property acquisition for an agreement long term. Existing parks, I won't go through all of those. We have a laundry list of parks that we have significant improvements going, whether it's planning or built infrastructure improvements. And then lastly, trails advancements. Need to prioritize trails. It's easy to focus on the parks that we do have and improving those. Trails are a bigger challenge because typically they're on property that we don't own. So it's a priority of not just mine, but I know of at least the Lake Rec JPA has expressed an interest in trails, so we're going to be looking to advance that. Moving on to facilities, county buildings, a few capital projects to highlight are listed there. Some I already referenced. Sheriff Administration Center going to construction here within a matter of weeks. Kelseyville Senior Center in design and in preliminary design, and we look to be in construction likely the end of this calendar year. Courthouse improvements, we have quite a few, whether it's the board chambers that we're sitting in, 4th floor planning, restrooms, the HVAC system here. There's a lot of projects that are in the works there. Library solar, you heard Christopher Veach mention that. So at the 3 county-owned buildings where there are libraries in the county, there are 4 libraries, but the Lakeport, Redbud in Clear Lake, and Middletown getting solar there. And lastly, I put up there the behavioral health expansion. That is a hopeful, dependent upon funding from the state. But we have what I would call 99% design plans, and we're essentially just waiting on the funding from the state. So I appreciate Elise Jones and her team working to secure funding for that project. Lastly, the capital improvement plan. Your board is probably aware that Public Services has a facilities capital improvement plan. And also, as your board is aware, you've emphasized a county-wide capital improvement plan. So I've shifted my effort on the facilities capital improvement plan to embed that within the county-wide CIP. So working with the admin staff and primarily special districts and public works for what will be a consolidated CIP. So that's in the works. On my end, essentially it's taking what I already had and plugging it into that system, which I think it will certainly be better than what I had. There's a lot more information that we're going to have at our fingertips on for example, GIS. It'll be GIS connected. So a lot more that you'll see from admin on that. So certainly not for me to present there, but there's a lot of work that goes into that. So. Moving on to the next slide. Some of the metrics here, 2024, there are numbers that are for 2024, and I do have a number of them that we can compare to previous years just by a percentage basis. So for example, in the Parks, Recs, and Trails world, how many park permits and reservations did we have? We had 159. That was an 8% increase over the previous year. The next one is park planning and improvement efforts. So really what we're talking about is significant planning or construction project. We had 16. I could list out what they are, but those are ongoing. I would say that that's probably higher than most other years, and I want to try to sustain that if we can from a primarily funding basis. Let's see, recreation events. We had one. That was the kids' summer day camp. So I mentioned earlier the potential for a Mount Canucti climb or a swim lessons. So looking to really expand upon that. Facilities, the facility condition index is 0.39. What does that mean? That means we're in the fair category. I don't have a basis of comparing it to previous years. That is the starting point, so that gives us a basis to go by. Buildings and grounds, work orders. How many requests for work do we have? You can see the number there, over 1,000. That's a 7% increase over 2023, so pretty steady state. Capital improvement and deferred maintenance projects, we have 25. That is a little, I'm not going to say misleading, but it's projects that exceed $25,000 in quantity. So one means the armory, but one also means a minor renovation project. So it's helpful for us that how many did we complete? That's what we're talking about there, not just how many did we work on. So 25 there. Moving on to the last slide, I believe, is metrics for solid waste and museums. So on the solid waste side, what is our countywide disposal rate? That is a state required number, and we are at 5.2 pounds per person per day in the unincorporated county. What does that really mean in comparison? It's a unique metric that I'd be happy to talk to you about some of the pros and cons. I have talked to Supervisor Sabatier about it. The statewide average is 6.3. So we are, that means that we're doing better ostensibly than the statewide average. We are doing worse than we were in previous years, and likely the expectation that I have and others in the industry have is that is, as the economy goes, so goes that number. The economy goes up, then as the economy improves, that there's more disposal, and also as the Amazon effect goes up, you're ordering more online, you're going to be throwing that away more. Even if it is recyclable, it oftentimes goes in the black bin. So where we can really affect that primarily is in education and outreach. Recycling program quantities. So you can see some of the numbers here for some of the recycling programs we have. Mattresses, almost 6,000. That's a 20% increase, so that's pretty big. Tires, about steady state at a little over 13,000. Carpet is a new program, specifically at the landfill. That 35 tons of carpet, so that's the first point where we can start to track. I expect it'll go down. You start a new program, a lot of people come out of the woodworks and bring it to you. Oil and oil filters, you can see the numbers there. And then other programs, and those are relatively steady state. Those are ongoing programs. Other programs not listed that I don't have numbers here, but I wanted to highlight. That's paint, sharps, hazardous waste events, and a few others. But lastly, I think the last slide here is museums. At least I hope. Maybe it's not there. I can
Go back
just
one.
talk to it. There's only a few. So museums. Oh, there we go. I missed that. My fault. Museums. So physical visits. You can see there 6,600. That is over a 30% increase over the previous year. I'll attribute that to the credit of the museum curator for really getting a lot more events going on. Again, on a physical basis. The digital visits. You can see the number's high. About 50,000. It is down from 2023, so looking forward to working on both physical and a digital presence. So with that, I will stop and be willing to happily answer any questions and just thank the board, thank admin and other departments that we have the pleasure of working with, and most importantly my coworkers and team. So thank you.
Supervisor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Lars. I had a question on some of the garbage. Would the I didn't see any recycling for plastic, aluminum, glass. Is that, I know that there's a shortage of places for people to recycle that in this area, and that could, that could be a part of the issue?
Well, so those materials are not, they're not points of emphasis when it comes to problematic materials that are typically hard to recycle. Those are offered at a transfer station. They're offered curbside in the blue bin. The programs that we specifically, when I put them up there for recycling, those are either hazardous waste type of
Okay.
materials or
Okay.
potentially hazardous or commonly illegally disposed mattresses, tires. You see those oftentimes. So those are programs that are specifically targeted above and beyond the benefit or the hope to recycle in general.
Okay, one more, museums. Now, I understand before I came, like some years back, there was some monies that were a grant to help retrofit the Lower Lake Museum. Are there any, are we looking at getting that done?
Well, we're looking at it. Yes, that's the short answer. Funding wise, we don't have any funding right now appropriated, and I'm not aware of the funding in the past. I'll get back. I'll look into that, and I'll certainly get back to you. That project is on my radar. It's on the museum curator's radar. It's on the facility staff radar, and many others. So it's not a small dollar figure though. We're talking just speaking as a civil engineer, we're talking about a seismic retrofit that is not just patching the cracks in the walls. We're talking about foundation and up. So we do have some data, some designs for how we can address it. But finding the funding is an issue. We do have reserves for building infrastructure, and so that's a potential for what I would suggest the facilities committee to consider, and then ultimately your board. But it does not come at a low cost.
Right, and I think it was some years back that there was actually a grant for that, and it didn't happen, is what I've been told.
Okay, I'll research that because I'm
Thank
not
you.
at the
I
top
appreciate
of my
it.
tongue. Yeah.
Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, appreciate all the work. There's a lot going on. Question, because I'm not familiar, can you give me an example of the permits? There's 159 permits, like what one would be?
Sure. A birthday at a park, someone looking to just reserve an area. That's a simple example.
Okay. And then thank you for having the beverage container recycling on there. I'm sure I'm not the only one that gets a lot of calls, so I appreciate that being out there so the public can hear that it is being worked on. So thank you.
All right. Open it up to the public. Is there anyone that would like to comment on this presentation? Zoom? All right. Betsy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn for the Essential Public Information Center. Mr. Ewing, would you please add some comments regarding the Joint Parks Master Plan for Highland Springs, which will incorporate recreational uses as well as flood control, facility management with the Department of Water Resources? Thank you.
Well, I'd be happy to comment. I am not involved with Highland Springs. That does fall under Water Resources jurisdiction, and so I would suggest to the chair that might be a question for the Water Resources Department.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on Zoom? Alan, if you can unmute.
You got me. Alan Fletcher from Lucerne. For 99.9% of your presentation, wow. I don't think it's a better place in the all of California to live. Now, on the one we just covered, waste disposal, I want to thank E.J. Crandall for setting up the kind of community trash collection under the castle. But the trouble is, people like me are getting stuff to that collection point. One year I took my little Toyota Corolla and took 3 carloads of stuff, some strapped to my roof. And while I was doing that, there was a family coming down from Foothill, 4 people, 1 per corner, carrying a mattress down to disposal. Now, two issues. One is a perennial problem in Lake County, making announcements, letting people know something's happened rather than they discover it happened the day after. That's step one. Step two, would it be possible to arrange, like Lucerne, maybe other places, to have a kind of a roaming collection truck going up and down the avenues, maybe by appointment, collecting stuff to go just a half a mile down to the castle? I had a disposal problem, and I could do it at the U-Haul, but it would cost me $100 to rent a U-Haul, get it to my house, load it, take it down, get it back. So some kind of local community collection service. We got tons of people with trucks and trailers who could just go up and down the avenues and bring it just a mile, not the 50-mile round trip. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And the dump day you're talking about is separate. Lars isn't the one that coordinates that, but of course there's other programs that are coming up as well, and I think that was discussed in community development. But Lars, if you want to.
Sure. Yeah, I think what I would comment there is on the roaming collection truck. What that, to me, that's Lake County Waste Solutions, our franchise waste hauler, and these, there's a cost to that. It is a voluntary subscription-based service, but that's what a roaming collection truck is a garbage truck, and so I recognize that is not free, and most typically garbage service is not free. When there's an expectation that it is free, I think that's where we run into some problems, and so. Lake County Waste Solutions, their rates are less. I would suggest that they are less than most any other county in the area. There's some that are I'm sure lower, but we are lower, by far lower than the average. And so Lake County Waste Solutions, as our franchise waste hauler, is our roaming collection truck, and you're welcome to sign up for service with them. And if you need some help, you can contact Public Services at 707-262-1618.
All right. Sterling, you can unmute.
Hello. So I have a question under the capital improvements. You stated that you're going to be working with Public Works and special districts. My question to you is, are you going to be working along the side of them on getting grants for a bridge over Old Long Valley for the safety of the community in Spring Valley?
Is that your full question?
Yeah, that's my question, yeah.
Okay. I don't think you work in that capacity, but if you want to elaborate.
Sure. Yeah, I can elaborate just, and I apologize for the miscommunication or misunderstanding on what the capital improvement plan, the work with those other departments. Those three departments, along with the administrative office of the county, are working together to put together a joint capital improvement plan. But each of those departments will still have independent responsibility for the infrastructure that is their responsibility. So I think that question is best answered and really only answered by the Public Works Department.
All right. Any other comments? All right, I'll close public input, bring it back to the board, and I'll thank you, Lars. Thank you for the harbor, Lucerne Harbor. That was awesome to be done. John T. Klaus moving that forward, and then the Nice signs. That's pretty cool too. So, anyhow, if there's nothing else, thank you for your presentation. We're going to go ahead and entertain a break, 5-minute break. So we'll be back here at 3:55, and we'll continue on. Next presentation after that will be Public Works. 1 second. We still need 2 more, so.
I know who did it now that I think about it more.
1 second. Going to be able to come back together. All right. Welcome back from our break. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next presentation, Public Works, Director Glenn March. Glenn, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chair Crandall and supervisors. My name is Glenn March. I'm the Public Works Director. I've been the Public Works Director since July 1st of last year. So I'm getting familiar with what's been going on the last few years and trying to put my imprint on the organization. We have a great team at the Public Works Department. Our Public Works Department is comprised of several divisions. We have the roads divisions, which maintains our road. We have the airport division that operates and maintains Lamson Field. We have an engineering and inspection division that delivers our capital projects and takes care of our encroachment permits. That's for when a third party comes on the public right of way and does construction. And we also have a fleet, vehicles and equipment division that maintains our fleet. We also have an administration division that supports all the other divisions. We have 64 positions in the Public Works Department. We currently have 8 vacancies. In 2024, we filled 14 vacant positions. We also modified organization and positions to improve recruitment. Something interesting that we started at the bottom is we began working with CDD and the fire protection districts on fuel reduction strategies. From a public works perspective, doing fuel reduction adjacent to roads is very important to us. Next slide. One of the most important things that we need to do as a department is hire an assistant public works director. It's very important that we have someone oversee, especially our engineering and inspection division, if we want to deliver capital projects. We need to hire 3 project managers. Currently, we have 37 active projects. We have 3 project managers. So when I was a younger person with 25 years of experience, I would handle 8 projects. Currently, our most senior project manager has 2 1/4 years experience, and they are trying to handle more projects. So they need help. So I started working with our administration department to improve cost control measures. We are doing a capital improvement plan, and as part of that capital improvement plan, I've reached out to various agencies, including the fire protection districts, CAL FIRE for work at Lamson Field, National Forest Service, and those are some of our stakeholders in our roads. I also looked at the local hazardous mitigation plan, and that includes the Long Valley Creek Bridge that some people expressed interest in, so that will be listed on the capital improvement plan. And our 2 big projects, capital improvement projects that we are working very hard to get completed are the South Main Street Soda Bay Road Widening Project and the Hill Road Landslide Repair Project. We are in the midst of property acquisition, so you will hear a lot of feedback about property acquisition. Something unique this year is I am going to have our roads division create an annual road maintenance plan. So we are more transparent about what our priorities are and what we intend to accomplish this year. One of the things we're going to accomplish this year is 35 miles of chip seal, which should do a great measure to improve our roads. Next slide. So 3 projects I want to complete this year is the Hill Road landslide repair, the 2024 pavement rehabilitation project, Kelseyville sidewalk project, and 2 bridge replacement projects, as well as our dynamic variable speed feedback signs. Next slide. What we're looking at is our metrics for 2024. We described the number of road-related service requests that we received. We received a tremendous amount, and we have about 1,000 outstanding. We maintain 485 miles of paved roads and 130 miles of unpaved roads. We have 111 pieces of road maintenance equipment and 146 vehicles in our fleet that the Public Works Department maintains. So 2025, what is important to me is hiring assistant public works directors and our 3 project managers. Staff retention in our roads division. Our roads divisions work very hard. Placing asphalt in the middle of the summer is a tough task that no one wants to do. We have tremendous turnover. 18 of our road division staff have less than 5 years experience. I think 12 have less than 2. So it's very important that we find ways to make this a place that people want to work. And I'm working with our HR director to make that happen. We're going to keep track of equipment and vehicles we maintain, as well as our cost recoveries from PG&E and other third parties that work within our right-of-way. So we modified our fees, so we're allowed to, so we can provide for cost recovery. Anything else? All right. Any questions?
All right. Supervisor Pyska.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing the annual projects. I think we'll talk about that in the coming weeks or sometime soon. Okay, not adding another project, but I did take the weather spotter training that Chief Duncan had organized from the NOAA in Eureka, because they are not getting accurate weather predictions here in Lake County. And they don't have any records of road flooding. And I know Lori produces a report every time we have road flooding, and so I was just, and I meant to ask you before this started, so I don't put you on the spot, but I'm just hopeful that we can start reporting our road flooding to NOAA Eureka, so that they can have more accurate, they're working on their predictions, weather predictions, but they need to understand the impact that weather is having on our county.
Very good.
I don't know who was first over here.
He was.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And, oh, sorry, and I have that contact for you.
Just on the metrics so far, will you be providing, because you gave us the total number of miles for roads, but the number of roads that were graded, the miles of roads that were paved, chip sealed, whatever the rehabilitation style, just to see as we go year by year, are we doing more this year than last year? I think it could be explained through funding availability, but just to be able to be transparent about the amount of work that was accomplished in years past.
I don't have that information, but in the future, we will be providing the board that information annually.
Okay, I think that's important, and then maybe even the total cost of all that work, just so that we can see the increasing cost of how much each mile costs for us. But that's just me and my curiosity. But thank you for that.
Supervisor Owen?
Yeah, I was wondering, I know there was a 10-year plan. I've never been able to see it, but I'd like to see the prioritization of the roads in those plans and kind of see where we're at and actually by district as well. I know that we've got some major issues in South Lake County, and I believe District 3 has some major issues as well. So I've got some roads that are caving in and going to need some TLC. Thank you.
Any other questions? I know, was glad to hear about, through this presentation, maintaining the roads, not just the roads, but the trees and the brush. I know that that's a consistent call that I get as well. Appreciated going for a ride with the roads captain to just look at the roads, you know, in my district. So that was helpful as well. So thank you for giving those opportunities and, you know, working in different areas when it comes to other specific topics too. And so I'm looking forward to a lot of the capital improvement plan work and whatnot. So without pushing this extra long, I'll go ahead and open up to the public. I'm sure there's some concerns out there. So if there's anyone from the public that would like to ask any questions or make a comment to this presentation. Okay. So Sterling, if you can unmute and you can go ahead and give your
Hello.
statement.
Can you hear me? Did I do it right?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a couple questions. You have two bridge replacement projects that you're finishing. I would like to know which ones those are. And where is the Old Long Valley Bridge put on your guys' list on when you might want to start to get the grants, or when are you going to start applying for the grants through CAL FIRE? I did look up the webpage. There is places that can help us. We are put on the high risk. Just to express my concerns with you so you can understand, you know, last year we had an arson that got arrested for starting a fire on New Long Valley Road. We got to be thankful we weren't in a windstorm. Would have blocked everybody off in New Long Valley. Nobody would have been able to leave because of where it was started. There was the dump truck with the gas fuel that exploded, caught the hillside on fire. It was right after the big rains in November, which was, you know, we got to be thankful. But if that would have spread, it would have cut off the whole main exit for everybody in Spring Valley. And then in August of 24, there was a car that rolled over that was leaking gas all over the road. It blocked the road and shut down the road for, I believe, 3 to 4 hours. If that would have caught fire, like I've been expressing, there's thousands of people that live out here, over 1,000 people. And I just feel our safety has not been put on the front burner. It's always, we don't have funding, we can't find funding. I mean, there used to be a bridge, it blew out. Why haven't we started on trying to get it put back then is my question. And thank you.
Thank you. And so, go ahead, Glenn.
So I don't know about the past history of the area. I will become acquainted with it. So what I'm doing to get additional money, so just so you know, when I was interviewed by the Board of Supervisors, when I took the job, I made a commitment to the Board of Supervisors to get additional money. In that vein, we are adding a new position within the department, fiscal coordinator, whose part of their job responsibility will be to get grants and coordinate grants amongst a to-be hired grant writer, a to-be hired consultant grant writer, as well as our engineering team to identify grants and apply for grants. So that's how we're moving forward. The project is listed on the capital and improvement plan, and as grants become available, we will have the resources in place to apply for grants.
Is there any other public input? No? All right, so I'll close public input and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a request, if it's possible, with the anticipated potential work going on in Lamson Field, if it's possible to reconvene the Airport Land Use Committee, to have that conversation with that committee, since they are the land use advisory group, committee group, whatever their specific purpose is. But that's what that committee is for.
I think we'll have the opportunity to get that group together.
Awesome.
In the near future.
Thank you.
All right, without any other comments from the board, Glenn, thank you very much for your presentation. And we will move on to the next presentation, which is
Thank you, Mr. March.
Registrar of Voters / Elections. Registrar of Voters Maria Valadez will be giving the presentation.
Did we say something not nice to Director Ewing? Because it got really cold after he was done.
It's really hot back there.
It's really cold right here.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Valadez, Registrar of Voters. My favorite part of my job is public speaking. So, 2024 accomplishments for the Registrar of Voters office. So we conducted the March 5th, 2024 presidential primary election. Shortly thereafter, after certification in April, we went ahead and prepared for our November 24 general presidential election. Candidate filing opened in July, closed in August, turned around to get our ballot layout and our sample ballot booklet layout so that the ballots could be mailed out in October. So we conducted the November election, certified by the deadline, and then turned around and attended a couple of trainings. A few of the staff members attended the new law in Sacramento, and shout out to Shauna Higgins because she completed her California Election Official Administrator Certificate program. So now all of us have that credential under our belts. So congratulations to her. Our 2025 points of emphasis. We'll be preparing for the, well, backtrack a little bit. So we are working on billing for reimbursement of the November election and reimbursement of candidate statements to the candidates that we collected a deposit and they overpaid a little bit. So those will be coming soon. And we'll be preparing for the November 4th, 2025 general district election. Scotts Valley Water District still is is the only district that still hasn't switched over to even year elections. So there'll be 2 vacancies in there. And then towards the end of the year, in lieu of filing period, will begin for the June 2026 primary gubernatorial election. So we'll be preparing for that as well. Sometime in September, I believe, is when we would be working on that. 14 legislative election bills were chaptered in 2024, some of which were already implemented in 2024. I don't have an exact number of those, but the remainder will be implemented the beginning of this year for future elections. For data points and metrics for the Registrar of Voters, we processed a little over 3,500 new registrations last year and updated over 13,000 registrations, which is change of party, moved, mailing addresses, and so forth. One of the things that I don't have on here is we did try to do a few outreach events, even though we were really busy last year, but staff did attend the Lakeport Farmers Market. They'd go out there at least once or twice a week, out there during at the Lakeport Farmers Market. And then we also attended the May Fiesta event for Mendo College. We weren't able to join the Yuba College because it kind of fell in the wrong during our election time, so we weren't able to do that. But we try to go to the community colleges and do some of their events. Next slide, please. So for us, we'll be measuring this year is going to be a slower year, but we'll still continue monitoring our new registrations that we process, registration records that get updated, and try to do more public outreach efforts this year since it's a slower cycle. And that concludes presentation for me, but I do want to thank our staff for a very long year last year working, to the staff, to the extra help, and all the departments that always collaborate with our office to make sure that everything's met to be able to conduct successful elections. So, thank you.
Vice Chair Rasmussen?
Yeah, just comment, I was going to ask this, but you brought it up about the outreach, which I think is great, that you guys are out in the community at these events and making it easier for people to register, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, too. If you got a chance to do some in some of the other districts, some outreach would probably be appreciated as well. And we have a farmer's market in Middletown, and I think they have some stuff in Clear Lake as well.
The year before last, we actually, the staff did some school outreach, and Middletown actually was their civic class. We had 2 presentations there 2 years ago.
Nice.
So this year we'll try to reach out to the high schools as well.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I will open it up to the public if there's anyone that would like to make a comment on Zoom. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Maria, thank you very much. Thank you for all the work you do, and we'll keep going along.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we have our Sheriff's Office, and we have Sheriff Luke Bingham here, Sheriff Corner, to come up and give his presentation.
Good afternoon, Board.
Afternoon.
So as you guys well know, the Sheriff's Office has a lot under our umbrella, from Operations and Corrections, Coroners Division, OES, Administration. So my intent is to give a brief overview of some of the statistics that we generally track within the Sheriff's Office with an update on our department, and then certainly open to any questions that the Board may have or the public may have of anything that I may have missed that is of concern or a question for the department. So obviously, I kind of feel like a broken wheel here when I'm talking about this, but staffing is always an issue with a lot of departments. We've made some inroads this year. In 2024, we had 13 new hires within the Sheriff's Office, 4 in deputy ranks, 3 in corrections, 1 in dispatch, 3 correctional aides, an evidence tech, and 1 900-hour for our boats that will be out this summer. So that was great movement for us. We're, I believe, 1 away from fully staffed in our corrections, so that is really great. We're looking, right now we have our patrol staff back onto a team concept instead of a scattered shift like we had before, and we're hoping that sometime in February we'll be able to get our correctional staff off of mandatory 12-hour shifts and back into a team concept as well. Our stats, let's see. So our stats are up there. A little bit of an increase this year in 2024 from 2023. We went up 1,000 incidents responded to in 2024 from over 2023. There could be a variety of reasons for that. I don't want people to think that crime has risen in Lake County. By our stats, it hasn't. It's staying the same. But we have also reduced some of our online reporting, that we're not sending people to online reporting. We're actually sending deputies out to calls for service because we have that increased staffing in patrol now. And then just simply by having more deputies on the street, we have more proactive enforcement, more car stops, which are going to generate more incidents in our reports. We currently have 2 in the FTO program right now. As far as deputies are concerned, we have 1 that we hired yesterday as a deputy trainee, and we're running a deputy trainee recruitment in March to hopefully get some more deputies so we can send to the Siskiyou Academy. Right now, I believe my deputy numbers, it says 7 there, but those include those 2 cannabis positions. With the 1 we hired yesterday, we have 4 open positions in our deputy ranks right now. We eliminated the sheriff corner assistant position within the sheriff's office. I felt that as the sheriff, I didn't need an assistant, keeping my calendar and doing that kind of work. And I created an administrative staff position, just recreated that position as administrative staff position because I felt that that was more appropriate for the department, and it goes along with some of my visions for the department that I'll talk about when I come to 2025. Next slide. I think we missed one there. There's one. No? Okay, well, it somehow it didn't get in there. I apologize. But the copter program, I wanted to go over that. I think that was a great thing. We started with the Roadmaps Task Force, and we, CDD and the Sheriff's Office got together, and we looked at the 2023, we looked at our Roadmaps Task Force, we looked at lessons learned and how can we make this process better. We revamped it as the Copter program, and we moved it to the North Shore and East Lucerne in that area. And we looked at how we were doing business and how that program was working, and we kind of bifurcated that so that both departments can work separately and independently of each other, but when they had cases that overlapped, then we would come together in that collaborative effort and work together. So within that, we have quite a few stats in there. They've been doing a great job, and again, it's focused on, you know, quality of life, the issues that are within the community that we're focusing on there. So that has been a great asset to the county and the department. In 2024, we increased our outreach, which I think we're missing that slide. I don't know what happened, but so I'll just go over that real quick. We increased our outreach, going in the community, different events. One of the things that I'm very proud of is Sergeant Gary Frace at the time, who has now been recently promoted to Lieutenant Gary Frace, who will be taking over Patrol Division, had our fentanyl program. He went out to all of the schools. He presented the fentanyl program in all the schools in collaboration with Stop the Void. And we presented to over 4,500 students in Lake County about fentanyl and the dangers of fentanyl, with a lot of Narcan that was distributed to the community, so we can hopefully prevent those overdoses and issues that we have with fentanyl in our community. And now we can go to 20 points of emphasis. So new coming into this office, a couple of things that I really focused on, and I've talked about this with a couple of board members, is one, I want to get back to SROs. I think that's very important. I want to get back to a beat-oriented deputy assignments. That's where I have deputies that are assigned to a specific beat year-round for 1 year. That's where they're assigned. Every day that they go to work, they work in that beat. They get to know the community. They get to know the business owners. They go to the community meetings. They go to the community events. And they're that liaison to the sheriff's office. They're hearing what's going on in the community. They're hearing what the community problems are. And then they're coming back and they're reporting that to the administration so that we can then look at how we're providing law enforcement to those communities and adjust as needed based on that information from the community. I also want to increase training in the sheriff's office.
Can I just ask a question about the beat shifts, which I'm very excited about?
Yes.
When's the timing on that, do you think?
Staffing dependent.
Right.
That's what I can say. If I can get another 4 deputies on the street, then I can go to this beat assignment program that I want. I need 4 more deputies.
You need to hire 4 more.
I need to hire 4 more and get them on the street.
Okay, perfect.
And then I can go to the beat assignment program, which is what I want. Because again, that's part of the thing that I feel is very important, is listening to the community, hearing from the community. Because again, and I don't want to go too far off the rails, I'll make this really quick. I can't provide law enforcement to Middletown the same way that I provide law enforcement to Lucerne. Every community is unique. Every community has different problems, and I need to know what those are so that I can adjust my enforcement and how we tailor that to each community as what's needed in that community. So on top of that, back to points of emphasis for 2025, I want to increase training in the sheriff's office. We're already working on a training program to not only meet the state post minimums of perishable skills training, but to also increase that in the off years. The more training we can provide to our deputies, the more confident they are, the less likelihood that they're going to make a mistake, and the better they're going to serve our community. So I definitely want to increase the training. Few things that I just found out, as a matter of fact, today, and finally, we're going to finally be able to get the Goat Mountain repeater up and on Goat Mountain, which has been a huge problem that I'm sure the board has been aware of because of the road. It's been a struggle for the last year to get it up there. I just found out today that we have a plan. We're going to have it up there probably in the next month and a half, and we're going to increase the radio coverage for both law enforcement and fire in the Spring Valley, Indian Valley, all the way out to Highway 20 and the Colusa County line, which is huge.
That's huge.
It's been a 5-year project, and we're finally going to come to completion on that, hopefully in 2025. And then just let know the board about some recent promotions that recently took place because of, obviously, my move from undersheriff to the sheriff position, is that Captain Corey Pollich was recently promoted to my undersheriff, so he will be serving as my undersheriff. Lieutenant Gavin Wells was promoted to captain, and he has taken over the corrections division. And then, as I said, Sergeant Frace was promoted to lieutenant, and he will be taking over my patrol division, or patrol bureau. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
That goat rock repeater was almost a joke conversation over at the Fire Chiefs Association. I'm sure they're excited and probably still hesitant to believe at this moment in time. So we'll
I
see.
actually got the email while I was sitting here waiting to come up that we finally have a plan. It's a go. We're going to get it up there.
I think we even offered to do a tank to go up there through that mud.
Yes.
So awesome that might happen. I'm crossing my fingers that can get completed. Quick question, not a question. I just wanted to make a comment because I don't think that comment's been made and put out there. I know that staff is aware, the board is aware, but we submitted to the California State Association of Counties, the Roadmap Task Force project for an innovation award. We won the statewide innovation award. I'm kind of smirking at that, thinking proactive policing is innovative, but I think it's the numbers behind it and the fact that we're using cannabis tax dollars behind all of that as well. So appreciate what the task force has done to get us recognized for the work that is being done here. And obviously everyone on the team should be real proud and should be acknowledged for their work on that. So just wanted to make that.
Thank you. Yeah, and if I missed that acknowledgement, I mean, I could stand, come up here and talk to the board as the sheriff, but the reality of it is, it's the people in the department, it's the deputies, it's the correctional officer or correctional deputies and everybody that does the work that is out there with the numbers and making this happen and making our community safe. They're doing the work. So big thank you to them and to the board for your guys' support over the years.
Any other questions?
I do.
Okay.
I think I spoke to you about, can you hear me okay? I think I spoke to you about looking into perhaps adding some programs with the schools offering the heavy, but to be able to do the juniors, seniors, kind of offering some pre-law to kind of get them interested, as well as kind of an outreach program.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any, I know they just hired you, but I just wanted to throw it out there again.
Yes, it is definitely on my radar. I like the idea. And it's community engagement, community involvement.
Yep.
The more we can get in the community, the more they see the deputies as, just people. We're doing a job. We're trying to keep our community safe and serve our communities. It's great just simply for that fact, but then to maybe get some recruitment out of that. Like you said, I've been in office for 3.5 weeks, and I've been running 7 days a week, so.
Same day.
So, well, just to follow up on that, what's the timeline for getting SROs in all the schools?
Again, it's staffing.
Yeah.
Again, it's staffing. Honestly, it's easier to go to the beat-oriented than it is SROs at this point. I would have to weigh that option depending on my staffing and where the real need was. If I wanted to do SROs, we're talking 9 deputies.
Yeah.
I have the bare minimum right now, and if we wanted beat-oriented and we want SROs, we'd have to put on another 9 patrol deputies.
I think that they both offer a lot of ways for community engagement and
Absolutely.
being present, and I know you'll make the best decision for your team. But I think, both ways are great until we have enough to do both programs.
Yes.
All right. With that, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on this presentation or has a question. All right. With that, I'll close public input. Thank you, Sheriff Bingham. I just hearing you talk about the jail being pretty much, that, and then the dispatch, we knew that was the problem that was keeping us from, deputies on the streets or beat or, and I like that idea about the beat. I always thought about and heard about it from the past. I remember when Macedo, when he was a deputy back then, he used to patrol the area in Nice and Upper Lake and Lucerne, and that was that, I guess, initiative back then, and it's nice to see it coming back. Right?
Yeah, I really like that too. I think I might have mentioned it to you. You get to know the officers in that area, and they do get to know the public and the people and who they can rely on, as well as they're kind of watching your officers' backs as well.
Yep.
So it's pretty cool.
And it's huge because it gives the community that one point of contact versus calling the sheriff's office and getting a different deputy every time. For the business owners, they know who to call. They know that I call this deputy, and they may not be working, but I provide them the information, and they can pass that on to the next shift or the sergeant, and we can get that problem resolved.
Yeah, I think I told you, growing up as a kid, the officer, the sheriff would pull over my mom to ask her how the cow business was.
Yep.
I was going to say that's how we all grew up here. We knew exactly who was working in our neighborhoods. And following up on what you were just saying, Chair Crandall, it's taken years to get to this point. It's taken a lot of years of creative ideas with staffing, of incentives, of moving money around. And in the last 4 years, we've just made so much progress. So I'm excited to keep doing that. I'm so excited to see that that we're getting to the places where we need to be. Still have a way to go, but
We do have a ways to go, but I'm hopeful. We're seeing more applications. We're seeing more interest from 2 years ago till today. Just the administrative assistant position that we flew for. 2 years ago, we have gotten 2 or 3 people putting applications. We had over 56 applications for the administrative staff position. So to me, that just gives me hope for the future.
Nice.
Moving forward.
great.
All right, well, Sheriff Bingham, thanks again. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
And we will move on to our next presentation, which is Social Services. Rachel Delman Parsons is the Social Services Director and will be giving the presentation.
All right, hello board, and thank you. I've got a little timer, keep myself to 7 minutes. We'll see if I succeed. I'm Rachel Dolman Parsons, Social Services Director. I'm also the Executive Director for the Area Agency on Aging of Lake and Mendocino Counties, the Executive Director for the Lake County Housing Authority, Public Guardian, and Public Administrator. And why I point that out is because they're all kind of different agencies with different funding streams and different ways to operate that sit under the umbrella of social services. So they're all impacted by what's coming. So good things my staff did. This is just a high level overview. They did a whole lot more than this, but really turned it around in the last 3 years with regard to CalFresh audit to the point where the state actually recognized us for our improvements. Completed Medi-Cal recertifications since COVID hit. There was a pause on Medi-Cal recerts over the last year. We had to bring them back, and our staff got them all done within the timeline given by the state. Not all counties did that, and there was a potential for some fines if it was not done. So very proud of my staff. We succeeded in consolidating buildings. We got 3 volunteers for long-term care ombudsman. As Wendy mentioned, we're working together with probation to improve child welfare services. In coordination with behavioral health, we've implemented care court, and we became a Blue Zones employer. I'm going fast to try and hit it all. Okay. What are our areas of emphasis? I threw the last bullet on here because I could not figure out how to encompass all of the very fast changes that are currently happening at the federal level. So being flexible to try and incorporate those is kind of my last bullet here. But we, of course, always want to meet the program mandates, recruit and retain diverse and compassionate staff, continue to build agency culture that values diversity, equity, and inclusion, keeping in mind some of the more recent executive orders may conflict with that, so working with you to decide how we want to move forward. Growing our community connection and collaboration, which ties back into retaining staff. Staff want to feel like they work for a place they're proud to be at. Preparing for disaster service work. Right now is our blue skies era, so we're so we're working together with Red Cross and Sheriff's Office, OES, to make our plans for the upcoming year. Hopefully they won't be needed, but better to be prepared. And then there's that new bullet point. So far as the OMB memo goes, It looks like it is not intended to include Medicaid, which locally is Medi-Cal, or SNAP benefits, which locally is CalFresh, per more recent clarification from OMB. That being said, the portals for providers to pull down funds for Medi-Cal and, sorry, I'm going blank, for, not our programs, are frozen. So essentially some portals to pull down funding are frozen. So I have escalated that to the County Welfare Directors Association. They've acknowledged they're aware of it, and they're conversing with the California Department of Social Services to figure out what is going on there. We want to make sure people do not lose access to Medi-Cal services. Doesn't look like there is an intent to do that, perhaps a misinterpretation, and we'll keep you informed. How that is going to impact our other programs that receive federal funding is as yet unclear. And again, I'll keep you informed as things develop. The OMB action is a freeze, not necessarily taking away funding, but delaying its issuance. So hopefully it would not do away with any programs. There are some other things I'm going to touch on that is more related to more known realities with regards to funding. So next slide. Kind of ties to our legislative priorities, doing our as much as possible to protect funding and program operations. I am working with the County Welfare Directors Association and other associations for other divisions to do it. I can, so far as advocating goes, and then those associations also are able to engage with lobbying. So federally, entirely apart from yesterday's order to suspend some federal funds, there were some proposals on the table regarding potential cuts to Medicaid. I think some kind of cuts are coming, and I'm hoping we can do our best to mitigate those. There are three that are most concerning, and that's shifting Medi-Cal to a block grant, which would reduce overall funding for the program. It would potentially result in lower payments to providers, less services for the public. Overall, no, thank you, let's not do that. So that's where we stand on that. There's also a proposal for a work requirement to go with Medi-Cal. And just from a cost savings perspective, it doesn't make any sense. The effort to implement a work requirement would not result in a cost savings. The majority of people on Medi-Cal do work. It is a program that you can be on and be middle class now, thanks to Affordable Care Act expansions. They either work or they're aged or disabled. It's not for the extremely poor anymore. And that kind of leads into the third concern. I have 48 seconds. It's not going to be done in 7 minutes. The third concern is the potential repeal of the Affordable Care Act, which allowed the expansion of Medi-Cal, which is now why half of Lake County receives Medi-Cal, why a third of California receives Medi-Cal. If the Affordable Care Act expansions were revoked, some parents would not be eligible to Medi-Cal, only the children. People who don't have children would not be eligible, and people who have middle class income would potentially not be eligible. If we're back in classic Medi-Cal days, I could tell you all about classic Medi-Cal, but I don't need to tell you all the rules. There are currently also no property requirements for most of the programs. If we go back into classic Medi-Cal, people may have property limits. So repeal of ACA would be bad. We're against that. Not just for the people receiving Medi-Cal. It is not good for the community as a whole. Would result in perhaps less care providers, unreimbursed expenses for care providers, probably drive up the cost of care for everybody in the county. So other things on radar at the state level, CalHR is the hiring agency that my department as well as child support are required to go through as opposed to county HR. Under merit systems, they are free, but it is can be a lengthy and cumbersome process, and some reforms are proposed that would make that process better. Disaster funding for social services, as you know, if it is not a state or federally declared disaster, there's no funding, and yet a mandate, unfunded mandate to provide disaster service. There's a proposal out there to provide funding to counties, at least one allocated position to oversee disaster planning, which would be great. And then they're currently doing an IHSS administrative funding revised proposal. I don't think it's likely it's going to be something that passes this year, but at least putting it out there so that there's awareness of the fact that something needs to happen with regard to that funding is out there for future years when there's more funds available. We have a large IHSS caseload. It is considered medium-sized, and we are a small county, so there's a lot of need here, and we want to make sure we have the funds available to meet that need.
Before you switch slides, you have OAA up there. Can you just touch on that? I talked about it earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for catching that. So in the federal continuing resolution, the Older Americans Act was omitted, which provides funding to our area agency on aging and a variety of programs under the Area Agency on Aging, most concerningly funding to the senior centers to provide meals. We are going to have a special board meeting tomorrow to discuss this with the Area Agency on Aging board. We have enough federal funding we've pulled down enough federal funding to pay for January and February. If the federal government does not reauthorize the Older Americans Act, they may ask for us to refund those funds. We do have state funds available for January through June to make the program whole for all of our contracted services. But those are not magically appearing funds. Those are funds that we would normally pass on to the senior centers to use at their discretion, and instead they would be used for the continuation of the contracted programs. So overall, there would be a pretty big deficit in services, although we would protect the most vital. And in order to use those state funds, there would be a contracting process, which would potentially result in some delays in issuing the payments to the senior centers. As well as the fact that you can't double dip. So if later in the future, the federal government authorizes the AAA funding and we've already sent out the state funding, we can't turn around and say, oh, never mind, we're going to use federal funding for this. So it's a sticky situation. We're waiting as long as possible to see if the federal funding comes through, is our recommendation, before we shift to attempting to use the state funds.
And the ombudsman.
And the ombudsman, yes. That is also at risk of not having funding. She visits our long-term care centers, makes sure our seniors are being properly cared for. So,
and that's mandated. We are already picking up a piece of that, and that's just going to be one of the things that we're going to have to carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, I'll get to realignment in a minute, but many things are hitting realignment. Okay. Next slide, if you're ready.
Yes.
Okay. Data, which will lead me into talking about maybe some funding. So with regard to funding, talked about the Medi-Cal funds. So realignment is another thing to be aware of because realignment funds are how we make shortages in our programs whole. For instance, the long-term care ombudsman. And as time goes on, there are more and more things that the state says, oh, use your realignment for that, right? It's an unfunded mandate, well, use your realignment. So coming up will be the foster care rate changes, and that is all going to be realignment. We're entering into IHSS negotiations, and while providers absolutely, deserve good pay, that comes out of realignment. So figuring out how to balance that with everything else that comes out of realignment is going to be a tricky situation. Foster care, a variety of programs are funded out of realignment. Medi-Cal, when we exceed our allocation, which leads me to the fact that I did put a hiring freeze in place for my department effective the 21st. It's more kind of like a hiring frost. I'm making exceptions. All of the social worker positions are still being flown and filled because, they provide vital services. We're just trying to be more thoughtful about what we fill and how soon we fill it because many positions in my department hit Medi-Cal. I think some kind of cut is coming, and we are already on track to exceed the 24-25 allocation. We typically make that whole with realignment funds, and although the governor's January revise seems to indicate realignment will be higher than anticipated, I don't think it took into account the fires in Los Angeles and the fact that he has waived tax filing until later, which will hit realignment in a not a great way. So there's going to be less realignment than anticipated. We're going to need to figure out how to stretch it.
Rachel, with the hiring frost, what's your vacancy currently?
It is currently 19%, and that is where I don't want it to go above 20 is my goal. And we still need to be able to provide those essential services. And I'm aware of that concern. I don't want to be that guy who made us have to do the thing. So we have several do not fill positions that we are likely going to just eliminate in next budget. They're long time do not fill. Without the do not fill, it brings us to 17% vacancy. We do have an 87% retention rate, which is pretty cool. Could always improve. And we'll kind of see where things shake out the closer we get to July. Maybe everything gets reauthorized in March and I no longer have to have that hiring freezes in March. Maybe things look better with the governor's revise in May. We're just waiting to see how it shakes out. So here's the service delivery. So you can see child welfare is doing what they need to do. There's really no other option. We always want to make sure foster care is placed in Lake County if possible. So 70%, not terrible. We'd like to increase that. Adult services, again, responsive. In-home supportive services, we've got 2,492 recipients, brings in more than $5 million to the county in wages to the providers. I don't know, I can read it line by line, but Medi-Cal, we've got about 50% of Lake County enrolled in Medi-Cal, about 30% of Lake County enrolled in CalFresh benefits, brings in about $35 million a year. CalFresh, we had 94, these are averages unless it says yearly, averages for monthly. So we have 94 people exiting CalFresh per month due to earnings on average. There's a typo. We do not have 22,000, my fault entirely. 22,000 people on CalWorks. It's 2,458 people on CalWorks. This is the program for people with dependent children who are working on finding gainful employment. And it is a shrinking caseload, largely in part, I think, due to the fact that it is not a large benefit. You can probably not find a house for what it pays. So it's less useful than it has been in the past. It does issue about $10 million in benefits yearly. We saw 24 people leave this program per month on average. Our Section 8 housing vouchers is a concern coming up in the budget year. So one of the goals we have for a legislative priority is attempting to protect Section 8 payments. It's looking like they're going to be reduced to 87% of what we are getting. Mendocino County has already made some steps towards addressing that. We are waiting to know for sure, other than we've paused issuing new vouchers. What will have to happen if it's reduced to 87% under our plan is that the people receiving the smallest vouchers will come off the plan first. As soon as there is additional funds, they will go back on to Section 8. And then internally, I'd be looking at other resources to help bridge that gap for those families. I mean, some of it is like a $16 voucher, so not a huge impact. But when you're looking at $16 vouchers and having to make up a $20,000 gap, that ends up being a significant number of people perhaps. So we'd look at things like, can we help them through the Home Safe program if they're aged or disabled? Or is HSP an option through CalWorks if they have minor dependent children? So we do what we can. Not looking great there though. In general though, I do want to look at the Lake County Housing Authority, get some board meetings going. You guys are the board for the Lake County Housing Authority, and get some directions from you on where we want to go to make it more effective. So coming soon to an agenda near you. And that's about all I've got, unless you have questions.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Yeah.
you have your pen up?
I had a question.
No, I'm sorry. I just rattled on.
I was watching you and you didn't look over.
Completely failed my 7-minute test.
I do appreciate the numbers for left due to earnings to let us know who's actually graduated up above rather than fallen out and possibly through the cracks.
Yeah.
So I appreciate getting those numbers. I don't know how I can evaluate those numbers quite yet, but at least if we get those year to year to year, we'll be able to really have an analysis to see, are we being successful? There's so many outside forces that deal with this that it's not the department's not being successful or a successful thing, but it at least gives us a little bit of a compass as to where we're going.
Yes, and these are monthly numbers, so multiply it by 12 if you want to see who is leaving on average yearly. In the CalFresh program, there's also churn reports if you want to see who is leaving and then coming back, because that is also something the state and advocates are interested in, who leaves but then doesn't make it and comes back.
Right. And my question was, the IHSS, is that also potentially on the cutting board as well federally?
It will be impacted by Medi-Cal cuts because you're required to be enrolled in Medi-Cal to be IHSS eligible. There are no cuts that I'm aware of to IHSS funding other than potentially the OMB order. Got to figure that one out. But the major impact would be if there is cuts to Medi-Cal, because our IHSS touches Medi-Cal.
Thank you.
Because basically, if someone doesn't qualify for Medi-Cal, they don't qualify for IHSS.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
If you do not qualify for Medi-Cal, you do not qualify for IHSS. And if the Affordable Care Act was repealed, we would see more people eligible with a share of cost, where you have to pay out of pocket at a certain point to get your coverage. And that is also a barrier to receiving IHSS, because you've got to pay your provider out of your pocket for your share of cost before the state will pick up the difference.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I'll open it up to the public if there's anyone that would like to comment on this presentation. Anyone on Zoom? Well, I'll close public input, and thank you very much, Rachel, for your presentation and discussion. A lot of this is very important to our county here, and so thank you for the numbers. Thank you for the explanation. All right.
Thank you for keeping us updated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Next, we have a presentation for Special Districts Administrator Robin Boré.
Shoot for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, board, staff, and the community. I'm Robin Boré with the Special District for the county. Can you flip the slide? So our 2024 accomplishments for wastewater, we began the purchase of the property in Clear Lake, which is going to significantly improve 2 areas of our wastewater system. And I took that to the board, to the council last week on the 16th, and they, with Alan Flores' help, the city manager, I'd like to thank it. The council blessed it, and the purchase will be moving forward. So that will help with the Highlands and the Vallejo locations. We've also redirected a lot of the flow from Meadowview area and sealed and refurbished lift stations 4 and 7. We had 0 spills in November and December despite the significant amount of rainfall we had. So I'd like to thank my staff for all the hard work that they have been doing the last few months. Lynn Prescott's been, he came back as a retired annuitant, and he's been instrumental in a lot of the line cleaning and making sure that we have far fewer spills with the goal to have none. We cleaned over 75,000 feet of wastewater lines. We've awarded the tertiary study for Kelseyville, awarded the full circle study contract, identified and closed an old loan for North Lakeport, which with the Northwest plant, which was $2.4 million that came back into the operations for that plant, which significantly needed that. Awarded the design contract for the purchase of equipment needed for the Northwest dump station, and that is in design, and Southeast and Lakeport will probably be constructed at the same time. Completed the rate studies for North Lakeport and Kelseyville and implemented the rates for the wastewater systems. And for water, we've awarded the design contract for 3 wells, one for Spring Valley and 2 for North Lakeport. We've identified the locations for the test wells and are working feverishly to get those done by June. We've ensured in Spring Valley that PG&E resurfaced the roadways when they came in and did their undergrounding. They resurfaced the roadways, and they will continue to do so as we move into the next encroachment permits for the rest of the undergrounding in our section of the roads. We completed the rate study for Spring Valley, Kelseyville, and we implemented the Kelseyville rates. And then additionally, going through these rates, we identified that there were incorrections, there were incorrect billings happening and on the standby sides, and so we've implemented the base rate plus the standby, which equates to about $91,000 of additional funds for all the districts countywide. And the majority of them were in Spring Valley. There were 74 in Spring Valley. Finley had 11, Kono had 8, Kelseyville had 32, North Lakeport had 79, Soda Bay had 62. The majority of these outside of Spring Valley are vacation houses, so they would pay for 3 months, but yet have the ability to have service for 12 months. So that's something in our current rules and regs and ordinances that they needed to pay. The ones in Spring Valley, a lot of those, they got the entitlements before the rates went up, so that's why they have so many. And district-wide, we've awarded the on-call engineering contracts and moved 15 projects forward. And so with that, we issued the capacity studies for water and wastewater, and those will be folded in, probably won't make it into this CIP that is coming up, but will form a lot of our future projects and our priorities based on capacity needs and ways to improve our system. We've identified our current 5-year program for our capital improvement projects, and we are working on entering that into the new system. Admin and public services and public works and I have all been working on that. We've completed the update of the CMOM coordinator position and filled it, and that's making a huge impact in compliance on the wastewater side. Our staff have attended 5 outreach events, including Halloween and Earth Day and Trucks on the Track and 2 career days. And then I wanted to shout out to staff that during the Christmas can drive, they collected 2,655 cans, which apparently was an all-time high. And so that's a good thing. It was a good team building exercise and gives back to the community. And as we move forward for 2025, we want to make sure we're delivering our existing projects and making sure that all of our grant-funded projects are delivered. We have awarded 11 generators and had an additional one that was not installed. So we are working with staff to get those 12 generators installed. Bridge projects in Spring Valley over Wolf Creek. We need to construct the 3 wells, finish the tertiary study, install the 2 dump stations, finish the full circle study, finish the Spring Valley distribution study to see how we can deal with all the pressure that's out there, and upgrade the water treatment plant at Soda Bay. It went down not too long ago. We lost the PLC, and so we're in the process of getting that, getting a new one and getting it reprogrammed and going through all of that. And then we need to update the geyser agreement. We've been working on that. And a couple other things that aren't on here are the streetlights in Clear Lake Oaks and Clear Lakes Park, consolidating those and doing additional annexations. And I said completing the capacity studies for water and wastewater. And some of our matrix. So we had a total active water accounts of 3894, new connections of 7, service requests issued 1,790, and our delinquency rate on water is very low. It's 0.49%, and that's because if they don't pay, they get shut off. So our sewer, we have active accounts of 12,304. We had equivalent 200 equivalent dwelling units, primarily in Clear Lake on the Canocti Gardens project. We had 309 service requests. Our delinquencies are a little higher on the wastewater side. A lot of our residents like to have it just rolled onto their property taxes. So, but still it's less than 5%. And then our sanitary sewer overflow spills, you can see that we had 20 over the last year. 6 of those happened after I arrived. They are relatively small. And so there was, the highest one seems to be about 700 gallons that did not reach surface water. But our goal is to reduce all of that down to 0. And I think that's, and then we have our lighting districts. We have 656 lights that we manage. We've installed 5 new ones, and we have 13 service requests. And so for our matrices next year, I'm going to flip the slide. We want to look at the same matrices that we are presenting here now. We would like to add the CIP project delivery to have some reporting back on what projects we've completed and the status of them. Lists of what our rate studies that we need to have done, and the amount of grants we've applied for and received. And that concludes so I'll take questions.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I'll be brief. I believe you should have this data, the number of miles that have been reviewed of sewer systems. I know you do the camera and whatnot. If that's possible to add in future matrices, that would be greatly appreciated, just so that we can keep up with the knowledge that maintenance is occurring and not decreasing or not happening or things like that.
Yeah, and we did do 75,718 feet of wastewater line cleaning, and usually they are running the camera at the same time, or they clean it and then run it, one of the two.
Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'll open it up to the public. If there's anyone in the chambers, and I don't see anyone coming up, and how about Zoom? All right. Sterling, if you can unmute and state your name for the record, and we'll give you the 3 minutes.
My name is Sterling. I am here to ask some questions of Robin. I did leave her a message last week requesting the information stating and showing how they have been mischarging Spring Valley standbys for over 12 years and turning around and turning their standbys into regular bills. They're being charged $64 and then plus $12 to not have water going through their meter. I also would like to know how you can increase that after Prop 218 did not pass for Spring Valley. And then I would also like to request the board with special districts for Spring Valley to have more transparency with the community. Also requesting and asking Robin to come to the advisory board meetings. She told me verbatim that they're late at night and she does not basically want to come to them. So I would like to have that clarified also. And please explain to most of the community how she raised the standbys to where they're paying $26 every other month to $76 every other month now. And they don't even use the 12 cubic feet that are in the regular cost but then are being charged $12 to not have water go through. So as a community, a lot of people would like her to come out and explain this to them. Thank you for your time.
So I did send out letters to everybody, giving them notice that this was going to happen, and we do have it in our ordinances and our rules and regs, and yes, she did call, and I haven't had time to send that information to her, but it is, I had the attorney's office review it, and our rules clearly state that everybody is charged the base rate, and then there's additional fees. The additional fees for standbys are, usually they're vacant houses, and, they could have a water leak or could require additional services. That kind of stuff is usually why standby fees are added in addition to base rates. And it's not a Prop 218 question because it was done in all the previous ones. And so the fact that this one didn't pass, the old one still stays in effect.
All right. And that was all the questions, I think. I think she asked about the advisory board, but I think you've been out to one before, or?
I've been out to one, and I meet regularly with Helen.
Okay. All right. Sterling, we can circle back. Let's keep it really brief.
Yeah, so one of the questions that wasn't really answered is we haven't been charged on the standbys for over 13 years. And all of a sudden, when the 218 didn't pass, she did send out letters, but I don't think people understood them. And now we are requesting as a Spring Valley community for her to come out and explain this and to bring that paperwork that states that she can do this after 12 years. Thank you.
All right. With that, I will close public input, and if you wanted to add anything else to that.
Well, technically under state law, I believe we can go back 3 years for billing errors, and we've decided not to do that, that's really not fair. And so we gave them a 2-month notice that we would be doing this. They also have the ability to relinquish their entitlements, which under our rules, we could technically relinquish their entitlements for them, but I don't want to do that. So we do have a form. We've been working with the attorney's office for them to relinquish if they don't want to pay a standby fee and their base rate, they could relinquish and not pay anything.
All right. Bring it back to the board. Thank you for answering those. Supervisor Sabatier.
And I know I can't use this forever, but you have started your job here. You're learning the processes, you're learning the laws. I appreciate you digging into some of these things so we can help clarify some of the positions that we should have rather than what we've always done. And I also appreciate you saying that you've interacted with our county council to make sure that everything is done correctly. So I just appreciate the explanation. And sometimes we should appreciate the fact that those didn't increase in the past and that there's a good and logical explanation as to why they are the way they are today.
Yeah, I fully believe that it was just a staff error in the billing system, and just it was never caught, and it really only came up when people were complaining about standby accounts.
Yeah. All right. With that, if there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and close this session or presentation, sorry. And thank you, Administrator Borey. Next, we will move on to our Treasurer Tax Collector, Pat Sullivan, will be giving the presentation for this.
Yeah, I've went 15 minutes.
All right. Well, hello again. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I will try to go quickly through these slides, given the time. But starting off with our 2024 accomplishments in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, just again, we have the Treasury Division, tax collections, and then we also have collections, which is court collections and general county collections for debt that's owed to the county. So we completed an RFQ for custodial banking services. We'd had an increase in costs. Our grandfathered agreement was severed, so we had to go out and figure out a new way to approach things. We also completed an RFQ for short-term rental software. We ended up going with a company called Deckard. So they're going to aid us in enforcement through identification and auditing. They'll help identify short-term rental locations. This may be helpful for other county departments as well, code enforcement or planning anyone else that's looking into the issue of short-term rentals. We implemented electronic payment options for multiple departments with credit card and e-check and other electronic payments. We have implemented third-party agency collections programs for court collections and probation cases. We established a tax intercept program through State Controller's Office and Franchise Tax Board. We've migrated existing cases from probation. So I guess I should just clarify this. Previously, collections on court-ordered debt, so any debt that was coming out of a criminal case or a traffic case, was split between our office and probation. This was leading to some inefficiencies, especially when there were defendants who owed victim restitution. So we did, probation had a very small amount of cases compared to us. We are consolidating all of that court-related enforcement into our office, which will streamline it. So we've taken probation system and merged it with ours, which has required some significant upgrades on both sides, and it's still kind of work in progress, but that has been accomplished to a workable level. So next slide. We've established access and conducted staff training with Metric for cannabis enforcement. We've initiated, partially with the help of Metric data, our first round of county cannabis business tax audits. So we're looking at dispensaries and some of the other business first. We're also beginning to look at cultivation sites. We've conducted a Chapter 7 tax sale with a target of 1,000 properties. Ultimately, some fall off due to redemptions and bankruptcies and other issues. We sold 23 properties through Chapter 8 sales to the city of Clear Lake. We have initiated Chapter 8 sales for special districts. There are a few hurdles involved in those. There's some complications and different circumstances. Some of the properties require city approval. That actually just happened. Some other ones are going to require a few extra steps before it can go to the state controller. We expanded lockbox payment processing operations for property tax. I would note that so far this year, we've had just over 21,000 checks processed through Lockbox. Those are all envelopes that would have normally had to be processed by our staff. That was leading to a lot of those backlogs in those prior years. It's over $25 million that's run through the Lockbox program so far this year. And that's with the first installment and some second installment for property tax. Treasury pool we covered earlier. We continue to develop those. We've also completed significant banking upgrades, both operationally and for cybersecurity. So a lot of upgrades with our banking systems there. So looking forward into 2025, these top three are sort of tied together. Over time, although our office did add new software systems, we did not fully convert to them. So for instance, Megabyte, our property tax system, we retained certain legacy systems, and we did not fully transition to Megabyte, which means our office operates in a mixture of Megabyte, Access, Excel, and other systems in there. Similar with Treasury, we're operating in an AS400 system on certain aspects of it. Some of it is in cloud-based system, which ultimately we're hoping to move out of as soon as we can, because there are significant operational concerns and a limited capacity to fix anything. RevQ, we touched on that, same idea. We never fully transitioned into it. So it's a little daunting, but we are working on that over the next year to basically fully transition into the software systems that we acquired 10 to 20 years ago and consolidate there. We're going to complete the transition of custodial banking holdings and operations from US Bank to BMO. They were the winning bidder. So that's going to be another significant undertaking for our Treasury. We continue Chapter 7 sales and additional Chapter 8 sales of eligible tax defaulted properties. I would note this has been complicated by some of those technology concerns. For instance, the assessor's office even updating their technology to new software has broken some of the links that we had that would have made our task a little simpler. In the long term, this will benefit us, but as we upgrade these systems, it's complicating and changing the ways that we have to do it and leading to more manual work this year as we upgrade. We're going to pursue new enforcement opportunities for transient occupancy tax. That's the software we discussed earlier, and that'll cover both delinquent and unregistered operators. We'll continue development of Treasury, touched on that already. We're going to continue modernizing and upgrading the deferred compensation plan. Our county's deferred compensation plan hadn't really been adjusted with some of the more modern offerings or plan options for participants. So we're going ahead and working through those and bringing them online. That's especially important given PEPRA for those that are under reduced tier. I think it's really valuable to make sure people have access to deferred comp plan with those offerings. We'll continue development of the cannabis tax programs. There are some legislative updates needed. We need to bring back the new ordinance. There's a few things I'm waiting to see what happens with the task force on the cultivation side before revised tax ordinance is brought forward, but you should be seeing that from us once those are resolved. We'll continue with boosting audits and enforcement actions. We continue to monitor impacts to court collections at state and local levels. This program, I know I've touched on it before, does present some issues of concern for the county. The state has made many legislative changes. A lot of the legislation has reduced the amount of fines and fees that are offered, yet the county remains on the hook for various payments to the state. Even more importantly, victim restitution. There's less funding for it than before. We have the ability to enforce victim restitution orders, but we do so completely at our own expense. So that is a service the county provides to victims, but we are not reimbursed for it. So that is increasingly what is owed on cases, and it takes priority over the fines and fees owed to the county. So if a victim's owed, we collect on that first. So in the long term, as that grows, that presents a sort of an unfunded mandate for us. We're going to continue development of unsecured property tax enforcement. We're actually going to be utilizing shortly a third-party contractor that about a dozen other counties have used. They're going to do similar to court collections, go after some of the delinquent debt while we focus on the more current debt. Finally, we'll continue to expand electronic banking and payment options. So that's it for me.
Supervisor Owen?
What would be the cost of using the contractor to collect?
So we use contractors on each of these different programs, on court collections, on unsecured. There's sometimes different tiers depending on how old the debt is, but I would say the typical range, depending on the kind of debt that's collected, is 20 to 30%. I think in a lot of cases, especially on the newer debt, we can do it cheaper in-house.
Yes, that's what I was looking.
So we're trying to limit it. Like in court collections, we don't send it until we have failed in our other options.
Okay.
So it's a reserved tier.
All right. Open it up to the public. Anyone on Zoom? All right, I'll close public input, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to thank for starting the Chapter 8 sales. I think that, I believe even the city of Lakeport has interest in some action there. And so I just think overall that the change of pace compared to what we have, that's putting the properties in the right hands to be able to do public benefits with it. And so, thank you.
Thank you.
Also excited about the short-term rental. I know we've been talking about that, and I'm glad to see that, you know, there's some movement and whatnot, because I know that that's going to help, right?
I hope so.
All right, if there's nothing else, so we'll go ahead and we'll close this part of the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and we'll move on to our next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Oh, yeah, I did. There was nobody. Yeah. Next is the University of California Cooperative Extension, UCCE. Director Matthew Barnes will give the presentation.
Good evening, Matt.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having me. University of California Cooperative Extension, Matthew Barnes, Area Director for Lake and Mendocino counties.
Is it on?
The microphone?
It's on. You have to get.
Cooperative Extension can be thought of as a bucket of multiple programs. Our 4-H and Master Gardener program and our 7 different academic advisor programs. So each of these programs are...
1 second. I think we have Sam coming up.
He's so soft-spoken.
What'd you do, Carol? Carolyn, what'd you do?
Let's see, there's,
It got tired. It's been a long day.
is that better? Oh, yeah, I can hear myself now. Okay, so as I was saying, cooperative extension can be looked at as a bucket of programs, if you will. Our 4-H and Master Gardener programs, and also our 7 different academic advisor programs. And each of these are very different in nature, from structure to university support. So what we're going to do today is look at the accomplishments and future points of emphasis, program by program, and then take a look at some common metrics. So we will start with the heart, and the heart of our programs are youth development and 4-H. Jean Golart, our community education specialist, is the link between our state programs and the 9 local clubs serving 139 youth. This past year, they had activities all over the map, ranging from animal science and archery to leadership and robotics. Coming up, Jean has some pretty ambitious goals to double that enrollment within the next year or two, with a focus on our teen population. It is kind of a stigma that 4-H is for the younger adolescents, but we're going to be adding in some different teen programs. So hopefully that will be good. And there's also the annual camp, which is a big event for 4-H. So enrollment is open now for youth age 6 through teen, and we also need volunteers for the camp. Note that poultry activities are currently suspended from the state level due to H1N1. So hopefully that gets better all around. Our viticulture research program is academic advisor led. Our advisor is Chris Chen. The advisor programs have different life cycles, and I'll kind of explain that with each one. So Chris is in his 3rd year, and he is oversees Sonoma, Lake, and Mendocino counties. So when any academic advisor starts, they start out with community outreach to their counties, which leads to needs assessment and research projects. So Chris's first 2 years were mainly focused in Sonoma and Mendocino County. He started a couple studies on drought-resilient grapevine varieties. So this year, he plans to focus a lot on Lake County vineyards. He does have a couple projects that he'll be focusing on here in Lake County. Workshops, though. So even when an academic advisor is focusing their research in one county, they're doing outreach and workshops in their other counties, and he's been pretty consistent in that, along with partnering with some of our other advisors. Next is water resource management. Dr. Laura Garza Diaz, entering her 2nd year as our water advisor, oversees Mendocino and Lake counties. So she got a lot of things started in Mendocino County last year, and did some educational workshops, and made some contacts here in Lake County with local stakeholders. So basically, she's still in her needs assessment phase in both counties, only being in her 2nd year. But her drought resilience plan for the county of Mendocino is well along. So this year, she is planning to have a Lake County drought resilience plan. Our Master Gardener program, led by Luis Pagon, is really enrollment, and after COVID, everything kind of stopped, and now Master Gardener is kind of fighting a lot of different apps, plant identifiers, and AI. So the focus this year is really marketing the fact that our Master Gardeners provide education on an in-person, one-on-one basis. So they've done a great job in this past year, collaborating with public health and a lot of the school gardens around the county, along with a continuing tribal health project that they provide education on.
And of course, they have Right Plant, Right Place since 2022 on KPFZ 88.1, and that is on Tuesdays at 10 a.m. if you want to take a listen there. So our annual certification class, anyone can be certified to be a master gardener, and then you kind of do your own projects in your area. So she has 8 signed up for this one coming up next month, and that's a very good number for the annual certification class. Okay, so we, as in Lake County Extension, was selected for a new position, which talked about a couple times, and we'll be introducing this position next month here at a board meeting, but it's the beneficial burning and land stewardship position to improve fire resilience with an emphasis on the tribal communities. So Ali Sung Jazarek started in that position just about 100 days ago, and she's doing a great job getting out in the community. Her and Dr. Garza, our water resources advisor, were just approved for a indigenous climate change internship. So they have 2 different needs assessment. Well, they'll be hosting interns this summer. So that will be very interesting. Next, diversified agriculture, Dr. Klebson conclaves. Now, Klebson is entering his 3rd year, and he's been really focused in Lake County, doing a lot of assessments, and his research is focused in with our pears, our walnuts, and our olive orchards. So he multiple workshops in Lake County, and really involved with what's going on. So I think probably I mentioned before the flathead borer, which was found in the Lake County pear crop probably about 1.5 years ago. So continuing that research with some of the pest advisors from other places in the state, and they're planning to publish that research in 2025. Olive tree farmers and irrigation and pruning methods. And he's developed efficient herbicide application programs to help reduce potentially resistant weeds. So Klebson is a weed specialist. So that's kind of what he's known for throughout the state. So each of the programs really takes on the identity of the academic advisor's expertise and specialty. Okay, so led by Dr. Michael Jones, he is our senior most advisor since 2017, is our forestry health program. So Mike did a lot of he really started here in Lake County in 2017, and his program took on what it is today because of the time frame where he started, and starting in Lake County post-fire recovery, he's become a really renowned expert in a lot of the areas, including oak woodland expertise and outreach. So some of the key accomplishments here, his website, Ask an Oak Expert, which is a UC Oaks website. It's very popular. It's the only one of its kind, 15,000 monthly visits. And on YouTube, he helped provided field assistance and technical advice to KQED's Deep Look, which is an acorn weevils video, which is way more interesting than it sounds. So you should check it out. 1.5 million views there. And so post-fire oak regeneration research, he has a long-term project that is producing a lot of valuable data that's based at the Research and Extension Center in Hopland. Multiple publications, but one is a peer-reviewed paper on the impacts of wildfire on ticks. Go to the next one. Forestry health So he does a lot of work with pest population. So a lot of promotion of the mob, Mediterranean oak borer. He's done in the past couple years. He's going to continue that as his program expands. He recently got a couple different grants to expand the forest stewardship education program. And let's see, and the USDA Forest Service grants for research on the BWA and Mediterranean oak borer, addressing these critical pest issues in our coastal and oak forests. A bit more on diversified agriculture. So one thing we really want to bring, Clemson really wants to bring to our pear, walnut, olive orchards is technology. So he is really at the forefront within the UC system of learning new technologies. And some of the trials he has coming up include rootstocks and, of course, really finding out more about the integrated weed management trials, and again, publishing the flathead borer research. Our livestock and natural resources position, John Harper, my predecessor, and also the former livestock and natural resources advisor. Well, he's not former, he's emeritus. Didn't put this on here, just remembered his world famous sheep shearing school is signups are open until Friday. So yeah, if you know anyone, if anyone's listening, go sign up for that. But his full-time position will be filled. We are currently conducting interviews. And the life cycle of I talked about will take place, where a new livestock and natural resources academic advisor will really be out in the community conducting needs assessment, identifying clientele. And that goes for our other position that has not started interviewing yet, but will be open this year, 4-H college and career advisor. So nothing changes with our current 4-H program and CES. We're adding an academic advisor to focus on college and career. And again, Lake County needs assessment out in the community when that happens. Okay, so we're really targeting in each of the programs with each of the academic advisors outreach to engage the underrepresented communities in all their counties, especially Lake County, and strengthening partnerships with tribal nations. With that, really that's triggered by the beneficial burning position, who of course is kind of mandated with that, but it's taken all the other academic advisors as well as 4-H and Master Gardener to kind of open that door and see how collaboration can happen. Go to the next one. Okay, so data points and metrics. The UC system, the metrics aren't divided by county, right? So my goal for 2025 is to do a better job in isolating Lake County. So really, most of these are statistics and data for the entire area of our academic advisors. So workshops in sustainable vineyard management, 20, forestry steward field days, 10, over or 1,500 unique attendees, and that's a 75 average per workshop. Over 2 million secured by our academic advisors. So their programs are partially funded by UC, but what they do is use that research to secure different funding sources to build their programs. Publications, peer-reviewed articles are 10, extension bulletins 15, online toolkits for growers 5. So collaborations with local tribes, so that would be Lake and Mendocino counties,
8 tribes. Agricultural cooperatives, 5. Research institutions, 3. And 5 culturally tailored workshops, 4 tribal nations, and 3 programs targeting minority farmers. One-on-one consultations to landowners, also known as farm visits, 300, and it's probably 300 plus. That's a lot of what, especially Clemson and our viticulture specialists are out there. Community advisory boards, 50. Website and digital metrics, this would be, client satisfaction and feedback, 4.8 out of 5. I expect our website traffic and digital engagement is going to rise in the next year. There's a lot of different support from the UC on that, but 50,000 website visits, resource downloads 10,000, and 5,000 social media interactions. And with that, I'm open
Supervisor
to
Owen?
any questions.
I think you had your pen up first. Go ahead. No, you were first.
No, I left it up accidentally.
Oh.
It's an old pen.
Right. Supervisor Peiss, and then Supervisor Scott.
Well, first, I appreciate that you're going to be pulling out the county by county data. I think that's important. I do want to say, though, that Mike Jones did our virtual town hall last spring, I think, on Mediterranean oak borer.
Yeah.
So make sure that's in your data. And then hopefully he will be back next month, be a part of our presentation, which you guys all get to find out about that amazing news, which he brought to us a while ago. And every time we talk about this, I just want to say how critical his research is. For a lot of the projects that I've been working on and Forest Health and bringing the prescribed burning in. So I'm super glad we have that new program. But one thing that we had talked about earlier in the end of the last year was having more routine updates from these different advisors so that we can all know what's going on. And I think that's really important now that we've got new supervisors here to also learn what those programs are and who those advisors are and how they can access their expertise.
Absolutely. Thanks for the comments, and thanks for adding that in for Mike Jones. It was a challenge figuring out because he's doing so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for adding that in. And have been working with the admin and staff team, so I think we're looking at quarterly updates, the first of one in February. So what I'll do is bring a different academic advisor or program, and we'll provide a short presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. One question, I guess two comments. One is, I like the idea of separating it out between Lake County and Mendo, as my colleague just stated, but I would still like to see the data of Mendo just to try to compare and contrast as
Right.
to, are we getting a fair share of your work and your team here in Lake County, so that way it's not just isolated on its own, but the separation would be appreciated. The peer review articles, I don't believe that your team reaches out to us to let us know when a peer review article comes out. Is that possible communication that can occur so that we know firsthand right away when something does come out, where especially if the research is something that's relevant to what's going on in our districts?
Absolutely. Those are both great ideas. And yeah, we can definitely do that. Along with more public relations, we have a lot of things that can be put out to the public, including peer-reviewed articles for sure. And let's see. Oh, the idea of comparing and contrasting between counties. Yeah, that's a great idea. But also what we'll do is look at it from a state level as well. So
Thank you.
yeah.
All right, so we'll open it up for the public. If there's anyone that would like to comment on this, whether it be in Zoom or in the chambers. You can unmute and state your name for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Margot Kambara. I have a couple questions. The first is, if the board chose to make it a priority to have an emphasis on local food production, does UC Cooperative Extension have resources to help develop models and the research to have local food production in our area so that it provides livable wages for those engaged in that activity? Thank you.
Well, cooperative extension's role in something like that would really be playing off of the community, the farmers, and what their goals are, right? So as an educational institution, that's what we do. So yeah, if there needed to be further research or studies or just collaboration with other programs in different counties or states, yeah, we would definitely be part of that.
Is there anyone else from the public? I'll close public input. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just want to bring something up. It was brought to my attention, and we're going to fix it. I spoke with CAO Parker about when the right time was, that in our committee listings, it didn't have Food Policy Council, but the Food Policy Council was rejuvenated by this board. We have had a lot of conversations about increasing food production in Lake County. We are going to bring this back to the board, show off what our bylaws look like, what our strategic plan looks like, and at that point we'd want to redo applications, and I think that at that point in time is when we ask what I think Glepson would probably be the best to figure out how we focus on a diversified food production to try and see what's possible out there. But definitely want to engage with the UC Extension to see what's the best resource we can use as we keep moving forward. So apologize that wasn't on there, and I completely forgot about it during the committee assignments, but that'll be coming back to us in the near future.
That's great. We'll make sure to stay updated.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Barnes, and we'll move on to our final presentation, Water Resources, Director Juan Upadhyay. And from what I understand, he's going to be joining us via Zoom. All right.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing good. It's been a pretty long day with a lot of information. I apologize, like I won't be able to, I was not able to be there in person. So I would be doing it via Zoom. So for firstly, our accomplishment for 2024, we hosted the Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium at Robinson Rancheria in August 2024. I just realized there is a typo there. So it was a 2-day event, a lot of talks, more than 60 talks, presentations, more than 500 attendees, more than 25 agencies participated, and a dozen of its sponsors. And it was free for the public to attend for everyone. It was a great resource. The presentations are available for public to view at any time. It's on the YouTube. And it was a good learning for me as well, because I was pretty new. I joined here in July. So overall, a great experience, and then also for public to have a great resource. Documentary was also made, Sabathian, Big Lake, Big Science, which is also available on the YouTube, like if people want to have a look again, or if somebody has not watched it. We also launched the Shoreline Stewardship Program, which we sent out the pamphlet with our lake bed leases to the public. Like if somebody is interested in managing their lakeshore or want to have it managed, we can look into that. So, and the public can contact us regarding that. Recently, golden mussel, which has been found in the Bay Area, like it's been that's been a recent concern, and we have initiated a response to check for golden mussel in addition to the other quagga mussels program we have, which we are grateful that so we got like some additional funding on an urgent basis, $20,000 from the supervisors. And then we have an ongoing partnership with the tribe especially regarding the hitch tagging, habitat restoration, and hitch rescues. Moving along, some other accomplishments were we continued the acquisition of parcel for the Middle Creek flood damage and ecosystem restoration project. So it's a kind of little slow process. It takes time, but since I've been on board, like we are trying to communicate with Department of Water Resources, with the state in a timely manner and have them respond, keep asking for the information we need. We did perform the abatement of debris or the navigational hazard from the lake. We have received multiple grants. Some of them, just to highlight a few, would be the $2.5 million from the Wildlife Conservation Board, which includes like hitch habitat improvement, studies, hydrological studies, and educational campaigns. Includes Congressman Mike Thompson's Congressional Fund for Big Valley Hitch Habitat Improvement and Groundwater Recharge Project for $500,000. Caltrans contract for Clover Creek Diversion Channel, which is for $260,000. And then US EPA Data Exchange Grant, which is in a collaborative grant with the tribe for about $200,000. So some point of emphasis for 2025 would be to complete the repair on the Kelsey Creek detention structure, complete the Upper Lake feasibility study, which is in the final phase. Hopefully, we would be wrapping it up in next few months. Continue to work with multiple agencies for the vegetation removal within the creeks and the channels. I know that's being a big concern for the community, vegetation as well as the gravel. So, but we first want to make sure that we have all our paperwork done and permits and everything taken care of. We will also like to, we will enhance like our maintenance on our watershed protection districts facilities. Continue to maintain lake bed structure, debris removal to ensure a safe boating environment on Clear Lake. The other would be to pursue funding for multiple projects from a Blue Ribbon Committee and also the funds which has been allocated in the Prop 4 funding. So some of the data points and metrics for 2024 is the total number of new lake bed application we received is 41. Out of that 41, 5 are on hold or withdrawn. Total number of violation notices sent out is 34. New enforcement action taken, which is the violation and warnings together, is 15. Percentage of lake bed lease payment received, we have received till today, this month, we have received about 86% of the payments. Total billable accounts is around 1,700, and the annual rent billed is around close to $300,000. Total due from citation is 400, and resident non-resident quagga sticker sold is 12,695. Total number of activities, hitch-related activities, which includes like the participation in various meetings, conferences, and fieldwork, is 104. Total number of public outreach effort done by our department, including all the programs, is 10. So for the data point and metrics for 2025, so in addition to what we already have in 2024, we would also like to include 2 more metrics, which is because our department is majorly grant funded. So we would like to also mention in next report the number of grants which we manage and their total funding value. I think because watershed management is a collaborative effort, so I think it's also important to have the diversity of funding sources and also our different project collaborators. So I think moving forward, we would be reporting on that as well. Yeah, I think that's all I have. So if you have any questions.
Yes, just wanted to emphasize and appreciate his listed the Upper Lake feasibility study. I know that somewhat predates you a little. I know when you started, they were meeting with the community of Upper Lake, and so I'm really glad to see this because I think it left off where there was quite a few different alternatives, and I think what they needed to sit down with you all and nail down a couple of those. So that's glad to see that, and would love to see that finally come to a moving forward on that. And then Clover Creek Caltrans, I know you mentioned that earlier. Just wanted to see if that was something that would be. I know the funding's there, and I know that there was specific work that was done last year to bring it forward, and so I'm hoping that that comes next year, like it was stated potentially. And with the Middle Creek restoration, I know that we're pursuing land. I know it takes a while. I know we got an extension a few years back, and I don't know how close we're coming to that.
2028, I believe.
Okay, all right. Well, I thought it was 26, so I'm
I hope I'm right.
Okay, well, with that, I'll give it over to Supervisor Spatier, then Supervisor Piesky. You can go after him.
So I'm looking at the metrics, and I'm just curious. We do have the hitch emergency. There is a lot of attention to the hitch. If it would be great to have the numbers that come out from every year's research, just to see what are we trending. I know the numbers have kind of jumped a little bit, but seeing multiple years worth of numbers on this, I know it's out there somewhere, but having it on these metrics would be great. And also, our lake is highly utilized for drinking water, and so maybe a number of times that we've exceeded the water quality measures, just to kind of, again, keep track of what's happening in our lake to see what trends are, which direction we're going. That would be my request, please.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I think we can include that.
I was just looking at the lake bed lease payments at 86%, wondering about delinquencies, or if these are like the regular repeaters. I know we have some payment plans. Are the people on payment plans, are they making their payments?
Yes, some people are like behind. Like we did recently send out like a reminder, like a notice, including the late fees. So yeah, we are following up on that. But yeah, I mean, it's in process.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe we could pass that on to the tax collector.
All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public if there's any comments from the public. All right, if you can unmute and state your name for the record, we'll give you your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Crandall. This is Margot Kambara. I just have 2 comments, and this is for Director Upadhyay. I want to thank you for your and Water Resource Department's support and leadership on the Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. It was very inspiring for the citizen scientists and all of us. So thank you. And I look forward to the next one that Water Resources hosts. My other comment is another note of thanks for your outreach efforts. I attended a local community advisory council meeting, and you and Angela De Palma Dow made a presentation, and it was very informative. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right, close public input, bring it back to the board. Thank you, Director Upadhyay. I wanted to also just state that I know within the last year we've had a lot of turnover in the department, aside from, of course, then mentioned Angela De Palma Dow, and I really want to thank her for all the work she put into the symposium and also the video that was discussed earlier, Chabatin. And so, but either way, the staff really picked up, and you know, we had a lot of departures and change of directors. So just, you know, wanted to say and give my appreciation, and I'm pretty sure we all feel the same as well. So with that, thank you for your presentation, and we will go ahead and close this item on the agenda unless there was something you wanted to say.
I just want to say one thing on the agenda. I really want to thank staff. I know this is a heavy lift. Bless you.
Oh, I was a
And we do have a lot of new department heads. So I think this was really important, especially for those department heads to kind of understand the breadth of their department and the work, and the two new supervisors that are here with us. One of the things that I'm just most delighted to hear from almost all the departments is their staffing and being able to fill vacancies. It wasn't that long ago, we were way high on vacancies, and it's taken a lot of hard work and a lot of coordination between all of our departments to find those ways, those creative ways to get people in and to keep them. And we know that our staff are our most valuable, important asset. We don't get anything done without staff. So I just want to thank everybody. They're not working anymore. They've gone home, as they should. But keep up all the good work. You're doing great things. And having vacancy under 20% is a big, big deal. I'm really proud of that. I think this board should be proud of that.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you. I really appreciate the evolution of this. We asked last year about metrics and what those data points would look like. This year we've received some metrics. Next year we'll be able to say, are we making progress? Because we can say that all we want, but if we can't prove it with evidence and documentation of what has occurred, it makes it really difficult. And so I think this is a great start to something that will help us see exactly the progress that we are making in the county as a whole. And my last part was I did see some differences of data points. Some data was 2023, some data was 23-24. If there's a way to have a similar data set, and I think we're looking at fiscal year. That way we're not waiting in January for finish everything from December. That way we have a completed year. They have those 6 months after that year is over to accumulate all the rest of their data to be prepared in a January workshop. I know it's not always that simple, but I did notice there were differences of data sets, and if it's possible to align, that would be great. But other than that, really happy with getting that kind of data and metrics. That was really good today.
All right. CAO Parker, do you have anything to add?
I do. Please, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. We'll make the request next time we do this. I was on this earlier. There's one person whose creativity really helped this presentation, and that would be Wendy Hoffman, and I wanted to recognize her.
All
Yay,
right,
Wendy.
Wendy. All right. With that, we can close the item 8 and move on to our non-timed items. I'm going to go ahead and start with 9.2 because I see Genevieve here in the room, so I'd like to bring her up. The other item doesn't really require anyone to present, so we'll start with Genevieve. And this item is 9.2, consideration of proposed agreement between County of Lake and Workday Incorporated for finance and human capital management enterprise resource planning software in the amount of $4,192,452 for January 2026 through January 2035. And I'll give the floor to Genevieve Harrington. Did I say it right?
You did.
Good.
It's pronounced the same, no matter how you spell it. Okay. Well, thank you board for hearing this item today. I'm not sure. Well, let's see. Well, going back, so as I was mentioning earlier in my presentation, we've been working on the new ERP. So in October, we received all of the proposals. That's when we started our process for the scoring. We put it out to all county department heads to give feedback. We made all of the proposals available to the whole county. And we did 2 other scoring where we narrowed it down. The final selection, the scores were Patrick Sullivan, Stephen Carter, Shane French, and myself. And so we were the ones who scored for the final selection, which is the Workday contract you see in front of you now. This was the only vendor who was willing to actually provide all the services that we asked for in the RFQ. And we have a pretty big ask just because of how old our current software is, the complexities, the patchwork, as you've heard described today, just the various ways we're somehow glued together. It's very complex, and so for that reason, we have some additional asks in this contract, and one of them is that Workday will completely own the data extraction and conversion. No other software company was willing to do that, and because of our extreme limitations, we worked with them, and they did that for us. So yes, there's some additional cost in there, but it is a one-time versus trying to staff our current IT when this is really a short-term issue. We'll get past it. We'll be on newer technology. We won't need to, we won't need staffing forever that has the skills to do what we need in this next year. So now, let's see, so we were hoping to, so we made the selection, it was around December, so we were hoping to get the contract signed. We were planning to do it in January, and then we heard that one of the meetings would be canceled. And then Workday offered a $200,000 discount over the 10-year life of the contract, which is what you see before you, if we were able to get it signed in January. So that's why we asked if we could get it done today. Sit here for several more hours. That's what it took to get us a $200,000 discount. So, so let's see. So, are there other questions? I'm not sure where to begin. Everybody has.
I don't have a question, but I am delighted to hear that they're going to own the migration, because that is just where everything can go wrong, especially on whatever it is we have.
To where they will have to come in, bring the subject matter experts. I mean, obviously they can't come in without our permission, without Shane, giving them permissions, but to come in, have the expertise, get it out, and verify that it is correct as it goes into the new system.
Yep, I'm good with that. Very good.
You want to, or Stephen first?
I have a question that maybe Mr. Carter might be able to answer. I'm a little confused as to the specifics of the dollar amount. We're here looking at $4,192,452, and you said it was 10 years, so is it January 26 to December 35, or is it January 26 to January 35? Because that's 9 years instead of 10. So that was one of my questions, because as I'm looking through the document, I see here in the consulting, it says total payments, $2,371,000 at one point. But that's only through 2027. And then I'm looking at another one, and it has $4,306,000, and one of them doesn't add up to $4,306,000. It adds up to $4,100 something thousand. So I'm kind of confused as to what the exact number and time.
6.56772, but that is 10 years. So that is so let me just kind of break it down. The 2.3 million that you see there is basically the first year. That includes the full ownership of the data extraction, all training, and so it's our first year of implementation and everything that comes with it. And then the 4.2 million is the 9 years, 9 to 10. I'm gonna have to go back and check them. Where it's a 10-year contract. The first year, there's several stages of it. Yes, and so then you're seeing 9 more years. So that 4.2 includes the $150,000 discount. It's $15,000 per year over the next 9 years, or over 10 years.
And so where does the Appendix 2 financial terms 2.3 million part come in?
So so that's where you get into the SOW of the professional services, where you're seeing the implementation. That's where we're breaking down every, what do they call it, integration. Every little function is broken down into the hours in that document. And so that is our first year implementation.
But the 2.3 is part of the 4.2?
No.
It's an addition?
No, it's 6.5 over 10 years.
Gotcha.
So the 2.3 is your first year, and then it proceeds from there.
Okay. That was my major question. I have smaller questions, but I'm not sure if Mr. Carter wanted to. Chair.
Go ahead.
The main, the main thing I wanted to add is that the funding is coming from the Technology Reserve Fund. That's exactly why we asked for your board to put it away last year. So we do have $4 million in it right now, and as soon as behavioral health repays the rest, we pretty much have the 10 years already in hand.
So I guess my question is, the action doesn't match the ask. Do we change the action to say we approve up to $6 million? Because here it just says 4,192,000. And so if it's 2.6 for setup through 27, and then afterwards it's the next 9 years for 4 million, that's where I was really confused, because there was only one number.
Yes.
But in the details, everything seemed to be a little bit.
Yes, so the ask would be 6.563772 for 10 years.
And I guess one of my questions is, and thank you for giving me all the proposals, the scoring, and all of that. It was a little confusing to look at, because one of them looked like it said it was a 3-year for 3 million or 6 million, and I know this one's a 10-year for 4 million, so I wasn't quite sure what the breakdown was. But did they all have approximately a 2 million setup fee as well, or was that vastly different? Because how do you compare and contrast? That was not on the paperwork that I received.
Well, and it kind of goes back to the different vendors and the way they would not respond to certain things, or would say that they could provide and list it all, but then not actually meet it. And then at that stage, so like I said, we did do like 3 sets of scoring. So in the beginning, we were looking at original proposals. So we hadn't gotten into a 10-year, we hadn't had discussions over who's going to own it. So what I sent you, I was trying to get it together quickly so you could have some information to look at today.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it probably would have been more comprehensive.
Stephen?
So my version of clarifying that's because I was on the selection committee. This was the only one that provided everything. There was one proposal that was technically cheaper. Everything else was multiple millions higher.
And one of them was 13 million.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it varied within the proposals, so it wasn't apples to apples other than the whole project.
Thank you.
And the one that was close would not own the conversion. They would not. They just kept saying, "Oh
And
yeah,
it's
well
so
the
much
county."
It's so much easier to put it in their hands.
Yes, they would. Well, we'll help, but ultimately it's on you. Okay, but what if?
That's why we hire these companies. Is the conversion is the difficult part. Then the training of learning how to use the software is the other part.
And we started this with, we have this AS400 and we need someone to basically come in
And we need to move on. That's not even a question as far as I'm concerned. All the legacy software, will this handle those things? Or are we going to have to learn new ways to do, because the legacy software is there so we can get the reporting done that we were always doing, or the backdoor, behind the curtain type of activities to try to move things around in our database. Will that be resolved, or are we going to have to ask them to do separate add-ons after everything is set up?
The goal is to have almost no add-ons. I know there we might have 1 or 2, but as far as legacy systems, those should all go away.
Okay.
There should be no legacy systems left. Everything should be on a current platform. Tell us about the legacy system.
Just because I know it's what we got used to working like, and I'm hoping that either we learn something new or they implement.
There's going to be a lot of,
Mr. Sullivan.
So I would add, Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector, anything that might require some sort of outside software based on our current practices, it's our intent to change our current practices. A lot of our current practices and procedures exist because we've had to work around the legacy system. So we're doing all kinds of work that we don't need to do. And in some cases, it may be as simple as flipping the order of operations in which we do something. But yeah, my intention is, at least from the Treasury end, and I think from everyone involved, that we are not on any kind of legacy system, but we will have to change some of the way we do business to adapt to the new software. And it'll streamline everything. I think it'll save us a ton of time.
say there'll be improvements.
Yeah, absolutely.
There will be changes, but they're good changes.
Yes.
As someone who's opposed to all change, well, there could be an issue, but these changes are going to be good change. So.
I appreciate the response. My last one is the training, because I've done these before, and training is the key component. If they walk away and they say the training's over, and we still have questions, or things start disappearing, in my experience, a couple $100,000 just would not appear. And we were able to bring him back because we had checklists of what we taught, what were we able, I don't see any very specific, I guess, roles and responsibilities of the training, and I'm hopeful that that can come into a document at a later point. It doesn't need to be here now, but I just want to make sure that we're able to call them and not pay them what I see the cost is, which I think is like $400 an hour or something like that. I forget what it is. It's expensive. I don't have it right in front of me. But I'm just hopeful that we have a good way to track the training and to ensure that that has been learned before they leave. Because that is always the scariest thing, is a huge new software and all of a sudden you have nobody there that's helping you and you're on your own, and it's difficult. So just wanted to add that last comment.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. Yeah, it's something that we talked at length about, because that's a concern of mine too. We don't have a whole team of change management, so we are going to be absorbing a lot of the training. So it is built in. It is also built in to that original cost. So.
All right, thank you. We'll end that and open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this item? Betsy, if you would like to unmute and make your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn, the Essential Public Information Center. I really am loath to ask you to spend another second on answering this question, but I read all those documents. I've heard you talk about all these terms. I do not understand what this product is. What does the county do with this? What is it? I see Genevieve nodding, so perhaps she can answer my question. Thank you so much.
Sure. So it's the finance system that the entire county uses to post journal transactions, request checks, we track assets. All financial reporting that is done by the county is pulled from this system. And this will also, we don't have it now, but it'll also have a human capital management piece, so the HR piece will also be part of this full comprehensive ERP product.
And then, is there anybody else on
Did I
Zoom?
get that?
I will close public input, and I think you have
Just a quick question. I forgot this last one. What happens after year 10? Is there, do we continue with the last year-to-year payments? Should we anticipate a large change? We don't own the software. It's continuous pay for it. Just kind of curious as to what the expectation is. Has that been a conversation?
I don't know that we haven't had a conversation about it. I think in my mind I'm gauging around year 8. Are we happy? It's not something you want to change all the time. I mean, you also don't want to go 25 years without a big upgrade, but I'd say we evaluate it every few years and to just see how it's going. But no, I don't expect to change after 10 years. That would be big. But if we're really unhappy, then we can talk about it.
I'm pretty sure that by then there'll be something else by that time frame. So but good question. So from here, I think nothing left but action. So if there's
I wanted to also point. Sorry, we rushed through this, obviously. But also, I wanted to note the date. It's January 2025 through January 2035. I wanted to say that.
Okay. And then are we adjusting the amount? Is that, I remember that was mentioned, so.
And did we get that?
Okay. Oh, you got it.
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the proposed agreement between the County of Lake and Workday Incorporated for finance and human capital management enterprise resource planning software in the amount of $6,563,772 for January 2025 to January 2035, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Genevieve. Next and last, we will do the, 9.1, consideration of the following advisory board appointments: Central Region Town Hall, East Region Town Hall. I want to thank you, CAO Parker, for putting this on. I really needed to appoint these committees as they have meetings in the first part of February, and we were worried about them not having one. So each group needs at least 2 on each to have a quorum. So whether it be CERT, we have the 2. We still don't have the full 5 once they're filled in either way. So these 2 will be able to give the opportunity for both Max to have a meeting. So we can start with CERT. It would be Austin Pratt and Rebecca Schwenger, who would be reappointed. And so I have no issues with reappointing them. I will go ahead and open to the public if there's anyone that has a comment. Not hearing any, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Austin Pratt and Rebecca Schwenger to Central Region Town Hall.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then with East Region Town Hall, we have Angela Amaral and Holly Harris. We lost Pam Kaczynski, who used to be our record keeper secretary. And then we have had another position open too. And same thing, I need I need them to be on, or else they won't have a meeting next week. So, yeah. So I'll open it up to the public briefly. Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Angela Amaral and Holly Harris to East Region Town Hall.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and it looks like we are at adjournment. Thank you very much for sticking with us. If you're still here, thank you, staff. I know this is a little extra here, and I appreciate it. You know, you guys held out, and you did a great job today. Thank you very much, and we will see you next week. This meeting's adjourned.